I'm happy to be here today because I feel as though I've got a recent nice new insight that I want to discuss a bit, namely about game theory. So, for those who aren't familiar, game theory might be called a branch of mathematics or computer science, depending on, or philosophy, I guess, depending on how you evaluate it. But I first came into contact with it as a paradigm in debate. So, judges in competition debate are, hello, Mainberg, are supposed to put up their judging paradigms on a database. And in real, like in serious debate tournaments, the debaters then do judge prefs, which is to say, they go through all the judges in the tournament, read all their paradigms, and rank them how much they prefer that judge. So, like, oh, that guy's paradigm is exactly what we're running. So I'm going to prefer that judge as number one. And this guy, he hates everything that we're doing. So I'm going to make him my least preferred judge. And then in rounds, they put the competitors against each other with comparable judge prefs. Hi, Jonathan Carpenter. So in other words, I might have to debate in front of a judge that I don't like at all. But that means my opponent doesn't like that judge at all either. So anyway, that's what when I'm talking about judging paradigms, there are a variety of judging paradigms that one might put down as a judge. I put on as mine blank slate or tabula rasa. Tabula rasa is called. That means I'm down to hear anything. Whatever wins, wins. You know, I'm a blank slate. I come in with no preconceptions about how you should win this debate round. However, some judges put as their paradigm game theory. And what I realized this morning, thinking about it, and last night's time, because I watched a video about the uh, the prisoner's dilemma game, which is really the engine of game theory. All of game theory stems from the prisoner's dilemma notion, and the prisoner's dilemma notion is one where I Ogiamian squee indeed. Oh no, you said I. I'm gonna say in response to you though, squee or ooh. So the prisoner's dilemma basically says you've got two people who cannot engage directly with one another, but take turns playing the game. If and in other words, they each between turns they set their setting to either cooperate or defect. If both people have cooperate, they both get 3 coins. If one person has cooperate and one has defect, the defector gets 5 coins, the cooperator gets 0 coins. And if they both have defect, then each gets 1 coin. That's the way the prisoner's dilemma works, okay? My new observation, hello, Russia, Siberia. Welcome to California, America. The insight I had this morning that was revelatory is, oh, so the only, like, I never quite understood how game theory was distinct from, say, tabula rasa. Tabula rasa says, I'm down to hear anything. Um, a game, any legal move is legal, right? So how is that different? I never really understood it. I never you don't encounter very many game theory paradigms, but I never really quite got it. I finally realized this morning that all it is basically saying we're going to make as part of the game a one of the mechanisms within the game is going to be zero sum or not zero sum. That's all it is. It says game theory just says when you are engaging in a certain kind of activity, it comprises a uh, a possibility to convert to have a situation be win-win or a possibility to have a situation be win-lose. So, or lose. In normal games, whether or not it's zero sum or not is determined ahead of time. Game theory just says let's include that determination as part of the game. That's the only difference between game theory as a uh, judging paradigm and tabula rasa. I just realized it this morning. Isn't that crazy? So the thing is, the key notions of game theory are that the best strategy when engaging in any kind of real world thing that might play out as win-win, win-lose, or lose-lose, that that we're generally, you know, better off to try to play it win-win, which is sensible enough. But the thing is, what's interesting about it is that it would seem in a world in which everybody is just, for example, in a world in which everybody is just nice and reactive, then you end up with all games ending up as lose lose, defect, all the way across. Because once somebody's defected once, then you're responding to that. You defect, then they respond to that. They defect, right? So the key thing to being successful in life in situations that can play out as win 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 lose or lose lose um, is you need to be nice, but also reactive, like not a pushover, but also forgiving. Because the way it works is like, okay, let's both cooperate. We both get 3 coins. Great. Cooperate. 3 coins each. Great. Uh-oh, this guy defected. Now he gets 5 coins and I only get 0 coins. So this time I defect and he cooperates, let's say. I get the 5 coins. And he gets 0. Now, the next turn, one of us has to forgive. Namely, probably the first person, right? Because the first person got the 5 coin advantage, and then the second person reciprocated. But the thing is, the first person assumed that the second person was going to forgive. That's why he went back to cooperate. The point is, the optimal strategy most of the time is default to nice, cooperate, respond or react to defection with defection of your own, but then go back to cooperate. Assume that you can, once the person's realized you're able to establish boundaries, that they will go back to trying to make it win-win as well. So, nice, not a little bitch, and forgiving. That's how you win at life, according to game theory. And I see in myself and all people who are not BPD or whatever that that's how it plays out, right? In BPD people, they can't do that last step. Once they feel like you've defected at all on anything, then they will never try to cooperate again. What's most offensive, of course, is horrible scoundrels trying to say that game theory explains how cooperation evolved in organisms. If game theory explained why cooperation evolved, then why aren't all creatures cooperative? Roman says, I'm a cool man. Yeah, prisoner's dilemma. Oh my, OMG, you're tightening up your brain with that tiny screwdriver. I am. I know the Red Hot Californian song. I don't know that song. Big Dog encourages everyone to hit the like button. Thanks, Big Dog. What a helpful, encouraging thing for you to say. Your fave Molly is here. Your fave Molly? You're not just my fave Molly. You're all people's fave Molly. That's why it's just your applies to anybody who reads it. Yeah, you got to learn to give after you take. Or even you got to do this. You got to say, it's not fair because they defected and got the 5 coins. then I defected, they defected again, so they're winning, right? But I'm going to go back to cooperating anyway because I'm going to pay attention to the bottom line, which is if we cooperate, even if he ends up with more coins, we're both going to end up with more coins in for each of us at the end than if I don't cooperate, or if I make it more fair by we both defect every time, we both end up way poorer at the end of it. So the thing is, you got to keep track of both fairness, which is to say don't be a pushover, but also your bottom line, which is I'm not here to make this fair. I'm here to get as many coins as possible. And see, that's where game theory is kind of just a trick of the light, because if you establish ahead of time whether or not the game at the end is zero sum or not, then that's actually the determining factor, right? Really, game theory is just saying decide whether or not you want to engage in a utilitarian fashion ahead of time. Because if you're dealing with something where winner takes all, so at the end of the game, after however many rounds of it has been played, whoever's ahead gets to keep their coins, and whoever's behind doesn't get to keep their coins, well, then obviously that makes the whole notion subsumed by zero summary. That's offsides. It's so offsides. Oh my God. Portugal, there's no way that goal counts. You're about 100 yards offsides. You could not be any more offsides than that. Goal check, goal check, goal. João Cancelo. You need to have your João Canceloed because that is not a good goal. He had to have been offsides. Aren't they going to do the goal check? Well, Portugal still says 3-0. Maybe they did call it a good goal. It sure looked offsides to me. He is so offsides. You have got to be kidding me. He is a mile and a half offsides. I can't believe the goal's still on the board. What are you refs doing? Why are you not calling him offsides? I don't get this. He's so clearly offsides. Anyway, Eric, what is optimal game theory? Optimal game theory is be nice, be reactive, and be forgiving. So default to trying to cooperate. If they defect, you defect in response, but then go back to trying to cooperate, be forgiving. If you do it that way, then you attain the best results for you. But again, you can only even answer that question if you define whether or not the overall prisoner's dilemma game is being treated at the end as zero sum or as plus sum. If it's plus sum, then both people get to keep whatever coins they've earned during the game. So the fact that you won the game by getting 5 more coins than me doesn't matter to me ultimately if I got a lot of coins. Like if I win $100 and you win $105, who cares? However, if by getting 105, I get nothing and you get 105, then I have to win, right? Hi, 16. Don't cut off your nose to spite your face, or however it goes. I'm too black for your liking, huh, LB504? Well, I'm fluidly transracial, so it depends on the day. Some days I'm Scandinavian, like Icelandic, in which case I'm very white. Some days I'm from the heart of the Congo, in which case I'm very dark. Some days I'm from exotic Asia. Don't tell me he was on sides? Wow. That's crazy. Good job, Ronaldo. Okay. You get props. You both made the breakaway that got free, that got the pass, and then you correctly passed it to your teammate to score the goal. Ronaldo, I'm impressed. You're looking a little bit more like an elder statesman of soccer now. And Turkey, well, unsurprisingly, the Portuguese have made a sandwich out of you. Eric, I'm at work while watching you, says the Garlic King. Isn't plus sum like giving everyone a participation trophy for each year in kindergarten? Well, I mean, plus some stuff is like, why don't we both work on something and end up with more than twice the outcomes so that we each get more than we would by ourselves, even splitting it in half, right? Like, if, well, let's pretend we're playing Magic the Gathering Arena on Steam, which I was playing a little bit of earlier. And that's an example of something that's both zero sum in the small frame and plus sum in the larger frame. So every time you compete against somebody in Magic the Gathering Arena, you can win coins, which can be used for in-game purchases or whatever, right? But uh, that's the non-zero sum part. Both people, even win or lose, are going to earn some of these participation rewards from the game, like coins and gems. But it's structured to be, so in that sense it's plus sum, because just by both people deciding to cooperate to play a game against each other, they both earn something from the game. However, the specific game, the individual game, is zero sum. Only one person will win the game, one person will lose the game. And the result of that zero sum competition will impact the weighting of the rewards. So winning will get you more rewards in the plus sum frame than losing will. But you still have a plus sum frame because both people can earn these benefits of participating only by deciding to cooperate and participate with each other. It takes two to tango in that instance. Spit it out, Einstein. I like that. Just spit it out already. I'm not even on break yet. Well, Curly King, to the extent that you can peek at your phone while on the clock, those are free phone minutes for you. You're getting paid to use your phone. They're not even, that's a serious plus sum endeavor there. You're getting the benefits of being on your phone, and your boss is getting the benefits of you being at work. Regardless of whether you're paying any attention to your work. So, thing is, game theory is often referenced when talking about political stuff. The implication being that when we politically prioritize our own interests, we turn what ought to be a cooperative or collaborative political endeavor into a zero sum thing. But I think it's inappropriately and reductively used to talk about politics because there's very little in the political world that's truly zero sum. It's not a game. It's not a competition. While it is the case that different international actors each have their own interests, and that some decisions made politically regarding how to deal with other international actors comprise zero sum realities, like what should we do about TikTok? To the extent that TikTok's very successful, it's taking away views from YouTube. YouTube is an American company, TikTok's Chinese, blah, 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 right? So in that regard, you can frame things zero sum. But it's incorrect to say that it truly is zero sum because, for example, in that case, you're not paying any attention to the impacts attained by the users. So You're just paying attention to the companies. And that's how it works with politics. Anytime you try to frame things through game theory, you're probably arbitrarily excluding certain stakeholders for the sake of making shit fit into your framing. Also, the benefits of listening to what wise Eric has to say. Well, thanks, Daniel Veswani. Now I want to talk. Now I want to see what Hero I'm saying. Some people blame me for kicking their dog, but it ran after me while I'm walking past, and I didn't kick it. They threatened to call the cops on me. Guys acting tough, etc. Now every time I walk through the neighborhood past there, they talk shit to me and try to provoke me. This is life in the ghetto. Why don't you film them? Why don't you film people every time they start talking shit? People hate getting filmed. And then say, well, you have no reasonable expectation of privacy since I'm walking in the public space. If you try to force me to stop this, I will call the cops on you. Um, I wasn't able to catch that podcast last night, Friends Variety. I was too busy listening to the I Hump Pussy podcast. But I get that you were listening to that podcast, Friends Variety. You risk getting shot in the ghetto? Well, then be armed. Have a pistol on your hip in a holster. Depends what state you live in, of course. You certainly can do that in Kansas. I think you can do that in any state. I don't think it's illegal for open carry in any state. I don't think it can be illegal, but maybe it is. I never understood what you meant exactly by accountability avoidance, but now I do. Well, accountability avoidance means you're wrong about something that's persisting in the status quo. And when I try to talk to you about being wrong about something, you refuse to engage about the subject or run away. Am I a neoliberal? No, definitely not. I mean, neoliberalism is used to refer to a variety of different things, but typically it's seen as kind of late stage capitalism, colonialism, like the colonialism of late stage capitalism, which is like, oh, that's regime change. That was neocons, but it's the same basic concept that internationalism is the key. I'm definitely not that. I understand that there will never come a point in which national sovereignty doesn't determine the dynamics of international politics. It will always be about national sovereignty because uh, borders are what define states, and states are the only things that can govern. No, it's not a real thing. I was just saying that because Friends Variety said to me, asked me the question, um, hey, brother, you see the I Zook Deek podcast last night? So instead of the I Suck Dick podcast, I said, no, I was busy listening to the I Hump Pussy podcast. See? That's where that came from. How were you like as a teenager slash new adult? I was just the way I am now, frankly. Except I was young, dumb, and full of cum, but, other than that, it was the same as I am now. The thing that is what I have that can show you this, I have a video of me at 17 years old on the channel. I'll put it up right now. All right, here it is. Let's show it to you. So you can see me.
Okay, now you've heard the Swedes' opinion of the new law on writing and activist, and we wanted to find out what students are taking high thoughts. So with me I have Eric Strauss, Jeremiah Carroll, Becca Yant, Sam Matrenga, and Rita Gatto. And Eric, what is your opinion of the new law?
Well, the First Amendment of the Constitution guarantees essentially that people have the right to peacefully assemble, and a party should be considered a peaceful assembly unless there is injury being given to other human beings. And in most parties, that's not the case. So the law is pretty much, I think, unconstitutional and should be abolished.
Okay, and Jeremiah?
Okay, well, people may use the term that way, legends fall, and it may suggest to you that implication. But what I mean by late stage capitalism is capitalism in the digital age, where you're not reliant on industry and manufacturing to generate new wealth. So in late stage capitalism, then you've got well, what I think of late stage capitalism and colonialism combined is like, I consider George W. Bush's regime change thing to be a neoliberal policy. The notion that we're better off functioning as a larger group, which is completely 100% wrong. So obviously, I don't like things that are 100% wrong. I don't like things that are even 0.1% wrong. Right? 17-year-old me sounds like now me because I had the same personality type then as I do now. So late stage capitalism is normally an example of poisoning the well. Um, Somebody was here yesterday, and we were talking about game theory a little bit yesterday, and then they explained that they were a Keynesian economics person. It's like that's not a thing, okay? It's just apologetics for bureaucratic creep. I do have a fair amount of trolls, yeah. What's your opinion on this new flavor of neocons? I mean, I'm not sure exactly what the new flavor of neocons refers to, but my position on things in general is very laissez-faire. I am not a believer in individualism. I mean, in internationalism. I am not at all a believer either in um, mucking around in other countries to get them to be what we want them to be. I am a believer uh, in coming out ahead in international questions that do express more zero sum, like to the extent that the United States can set policies such that it provides the U.S. with economic advantages without engaging in defect kind of protectionist slapbacks, which don't help anybody, right? Then great. Obviously, I prefer that free trade be maximally attained and empower everybody accordingly, because that's what it does. I'm glad you're back, the Garlic King. Bonjour, Bobby Blanche. Banana, 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 banana. You drive people around on golf carts for events? I have something kind of like a golf cart. Well, I did go outside earlier. In fact, thank you for reminding me, chicken fingers. I was doing this earlier, but I need to finish doing it. I need to finish digging this hole outside. Sure, it's a little warm. for outside time, especially if you're going to be digging a hole. But might as well do it now before it gets even warmer. Chicken fingers, what I would say is you are really wasting your attention thinking about what I should be doing. You can think about what you should be doing if you're going to be thinking about what should be done. Certainly, it's not the case that you're attaining any win-win outcomes by coming around here and scolding me for living wrong. And you're experiencing harms yourself because, unlike me, for example, you're wasting your time thinking about what I should do, what somebody else should do, right? Obviously, the other person knows best what they should do. Now, it is the case that that you might very well know best what everyone should not do. We all should feel like we know best that, because it's universal. Nobody should violate the rights of another person. So positions about what others ought not do make sense. That makes sense. And in fact, it's kind of a duty of people, in my opinion, to check each other morally, you know? If you know somebody and they're doing something fucked up, to call them on. So, accordingly, I'm helping Chicken Fingers learn how to not be such a fucking douchebag. You're welcome, Chicken Fingers. You are welcome. And you know, I just want to, at this point, quote the inimitable Karl Marx. From each according to his abilities, to each according to their needs. So, I have the ability to be correct. Chicken Fingers has the need for someone to be correct for him because he lacks that ability. So in the spirit of communism, I'm helping him by telling him not to be such a stupid douche. Okay, so this is the plant we're going to transplant here. I need to go get a bag of dirt from the car. I think one very good general rule in life is remember, in all instances, there might be more than you see. So, if you don't keep that in mind, then you might mistakenly believe that because you only ever see me live streaming when I'm live streaming, that's all I ever do. Because when I'm live streaming, I'm sitting in a chair in the living room, usually, that in fact I never go outside. It's kind of like a failure to recognize the opposite of object permanence. Objects, when you're not moving them, generally stay where they are, unless somebody else moves them, right? But I'm not an object. I'm an agent. What am I getting? Oh yeah, this. So accordingly, newborn baby kind of object permanence isn't going to be adequate in this instance to understand how things work. You have to keep in mind, in this instance, that you might not be seeing all of the parts of something. In fact, with a little bit of additional thought, you realize you definitely are not, because I'm not live streaming 24 hours a day. These cats, why do they have to go to the bathroom? I think we should genetically engineer a cat that doesn't go to the bathroom. It just absorbs everything it consumes. And one last real quick correction. Chickens don't have fingers. They only have toes and wings. Oh yeah, I know 16. Chicken fingers comes in periodically to troll. But I think each troll, I mean, unless they're really good at what they're doing, in which case they're entirely entertaining and I've got nothing to say about it. But if they're not really good at what they're doing, each troll is a teaching moment. I also want to exist somewhere other than in your head. Like, that's okay. I'm having a day, thanks, says Legends Fall. A day and an evening. Later, Eric engaging with his SC. You love to see it. But it takes me more than one trip to actually finish digging the hole. I began digging the hole earlier this morning and said, I'm tired of digging this hole. I'll dig more of it later. Fear the crab cat. The buggy. The buggy arrests them. My one chicken had fingers. He was a hands MFer. Chickens with hands are too dangerous. We could be unleashing something we can never recapture. If we breed chickens with hands and opposable thumbs, it'll only be a few minutes till they take over the whole world. 2 for a joyride. You hear that, Garlic King? You got to pick up 16 and drive them around. Drive them, him or her, around. Okay, I think we are now ready to go finish planting that thing. Let's do it. Let's win all the fabulous prizes. It's still on? Oh. Left that on. That was dumb. All right, now let's put this camera here so you can see what's going on. And let's finish this little job that we're doing. There we go. Okay. Now, we're going to put a little bit of dirt in here first. It's too hot out here. Okay. Now we'll get the hose. We just put the hose right here and let it go. So we'll just let that go for a bit. Okay, so we're done with this. Now let's just put some of these rocks here, make a little wall around it. We'll move some of this dirt up here like this. There. Get this trash. And we'll get the camera. We'll wash our hands off right here. All right. So, as you can see, I've now won all of the fabulous prizes thanks to my efforts, ingenuity, ownership of a shovel, and 2 arms. But I'm glad I got that hole done now. 'Cause I knew I had to finish that before taking off my boots and putting my flip-flops back on. Which I have now accomplished. So when I go inside, I'll take these boots off and I can put the flip-flops back on. But you know what I should do before we do that? I should finally get around to moving this table. Let's see how difficult this is. I could wait till camera gets here. Camera's gonna get here today, so he could help me move that. Let's see if I can do it myself first. You guys supervise me, okay? Ah, fuck. Ouch. Okay, so I got the big table moved out onto the deck here and put these chairs next to it, and then I moved that little, I don't know what you call it. It's like a wind thread on. This is this table I moved it to now. This table I moved from before because we had too many tables inside of our house. And this is Rachel's clothes drying thing. Because some clothes you can't put in the dryer. I know, it seems strange. Why would anybody buy any clothes that you can't put in the dryer? That I have no answer for, but such clothes do exist, and there are enough consumers to purchase them, I guess, that Rachel has multiple instances of such clothes and cannot put clothes into the dryer. It is bad to walk around with resentment all the time. Forgiving is good and difficult. Yeah, putty cat, it's true. We're expected to do that around here, right? We're expected to weed whack, prevent grasses and stuff from becoming potential fuel for a fire. And if I lived here right now and were 4 years ago, that would be very important. Because that would have been before the two big fires around here that dramatically reduced Mariposa fire, being at risk for fires in Mariposa by burning a great deal of the fuel. So it is the case that prior to the summer of 2022, I would have been very much advised to weed whack. After the winters of 2022 and 2023 and all those fires, we're really not in fire country at the moment, even though we technically are. I'm considering weed whacking the hill. I'm feeling guilted into it by hearing my neighbor across the gully weed whacking his stuff. Especially since I do actually have a weed whacker. Like when I saw it in there, I was like, I'm never going to use that. But okay, yeah, I might use it. Yeah, I still am wearing the same clothes. It's like day 3 of the shirt, I think. So it should have another week in it before I need to change it. Beautiful ceiling fan. I hate this ceiling fan so much. I wish it were not here. These ceiling fans in multiple rooms were put in by the second owners of the house. Originally, this house just had fixtures there, right? Just light fixtures. And this was the only ceiling fan, which is where the ceiling fan should be. And it's cool, right? It's like, if we want to move air through the house without using the central air conditioning or the central air conditioning fan, we can always use this. We don't need, in this extremely low ceilinged room, this stupid ceiling fan. And, you know, it's like, half of them don't even work. This one doesn't even work. It just has lights. It's got lights but no fan. There's one of the rooms upstairs, I can't get it to work. The one down here, it's like they're all on the. I think that the original fixtures were like this, but it might not have been exactly that, but it was something like that. Like, look at the fixture in here. This is original. This fixture is original, and you'll note that it looks classy, not stupid. Maybe it's not original, actually. Now that I see this stuff up there, maybe it's not. Looks like they replaced that too. But there's no explaining why those idiots fucked up this house the way they did. Except that they totally lacked intuition. And they did a number of things that pissed me off. I've gotten rid of some of them. Yeah, I want to get rid of all of these stupid fans, except maybe the one in the black room. Maybe one in Rachel's room, since she apparently uses it sometimes. I'm 6'5", blah, blah, blah. Which is 195 centimeters, I believe. I looked it up again yesterday, because I've noticed YouTube channels that are at all serious when they talk about measurements. They always do both imperial and metric. Like, I like to watch the Y Files, and every time he says it was over, but they traveled for over 4 miles, and it put like kilometers below it. Jordan Hudson's 64-year-old ex has come to the defense of her budding romance with former Patriots coach Bill Belichick. Joshua L. Zuckerman, who told TMZ Sports the two met several years ago, is pushing back at critics' claims she is only with the 72-year-old 6-time Super Bowl winning head coach for his money. She is wise beyond her years, much more than any 20-something I've ever met in my life, Zuckerman told TMZ. The narrative about her character is not fair to her. Cool. Good for him, especially given that he's her ex, and good for her saying fuck you to everybody. I'm not sure I'm going to say good for Bill Belichick. Actually, the overalls are only 2 days in. The shirt, I believe, is 3 days in. And the reason I put these overalls on again is because when I got up this morning, they were where I had left them there on that chair last night. So very convenient to put them right back on. And Jason L., maybe you need to look at Chicken Fingers' comment, okay? Because Chicken Fingers was saying, Eric, you need to get off the internet and go outside. But if he's right, then my clothes never get dirty. Think about that. Yeah, good for Bill Belichick. I actually don't think it's good for Bill Belichick unless it's a short-term relationship because, yeah. But nevertheless, good for everyone who does what they authentically want to do with middle fingers raised to everybody else. Good for that. Why is money only brought up with older guys and younger girls, but like young girls also date young guys for money if they have it, but nobody talks about it then? Well, the implication is that the younger woman would prefer to be with somebody her own age as a default. And therefore, if she's with somebody much older, it must be for some reason other than authentic attraction. But I agree with you here, Ellen. You were correct in what you're saying. Clearwater Chad, hello, good day. How are you? I agree with you, Putty Cat. I'm not busting his chops. I am saying I'm not entirely sure that that he's gonna feel pleased with that decision long term, but that's up to him. Chat, I am cooked. What are you cooked with? Have you been marinating in sauce? How do I feel about Palestinian babies? I'm sure there are plenty of white Americans who want to adopt them. How about that? And raise them as Christians. I think it could be viewed as worse because the implication that the older male will die sooner and potentially leave the fortune of the young female. Either way, let them live their lives. And the thing is, you also don't necessarily have any idea what the death arrangements are. Like, all of our assets are in the Strauss family trust, which Rachel is not a part of at all. Delilah will inherit it. To the extent that the Strauss family, Delilah and me, uh, make sure that Rachel's okay after I die, it's because she's a Strauss by marriage, and we're good people and care about each other, and we don't need to worry about having things formally set up in a will like that to ensure that Rachel's not left high and dry. There won't be any left to adopt soon. Oh, are they going fast for us to watch? Well, good news is I don't want to adopt one, so if I don't get there in time, that's fine. What I do think about the Palestinian babies is I like the fact that you didn't tell me to free Palestine. They are cooked. Well, I'm not going to worry at all about the Palestinians. I'm worried about the North Korean citizens. Because if you think the Palestinians have it bad, Palestinians are on a pleasure cruise to Picnic Island compared to the North Koreans. Well, Putty Cat, I don't need to attend to that because a living trust persists through the end of Delilah's life. Or mine, whoever dies second. The idea of celebrity is still strange to me, though. Like, why do people care so much about whose celebrities date? It's none of your business. Well, celebrities are comprised the individuals we project our stories onto. Big Dog says that Delilah is his future wife. So it'd be cool to have you as a son-in-law, Big Dog. That's when I'll learn that your actual name is Big Dog. And that's when you'll learn that you're going to change your name to your wife's last name. Because Delilah's child is going to have Strauss's last name. That's what she and I have both decided. Can Saudi Arabia worry about Palestine? Other Muslim countries don't care. Why would we? I mean, I don't care because I was including cards, warrants, links, impacts relating to Palestinian-Israeli conflict when I debated in high school in 1988. How many decades do you expect me to care about this shit for? Oh yeah, you get with April, Hero Lamb. I like that. I like that idea. Hero Lamb dating April. You know what? We should have just stolen all of their oil. If they're just gonna waste it being communists. Oh great. The poop head showed up in the feed again. Well, the algorithm loves poop on the head. It's a strange reality. They've been trying to code it out of the algorithm, but they just can't seem to get rid of it. Some early coding mistake gave the YouTube algorithm a poop fetish. But what I want to say is this what's happening right now is indicative of why I should never even ever conclude anything about YouTube. And in fact, it's vindication of the fact that I largely have not been concluding anything. So around January, all of a sudden my channel went from years of doing absolutely nothing, despite the fact that I was doing shit all the time, to suddenly essentially doubling my subscriber base, right? In the last 6 months. But after they stopped heavily promoting vertical streaming, I saw a drop off in my numbers. And then yesterday was a very slow day in terms of numbers. The last stream was quite a long stream, and I still only had barely over 1,000 views or something. Strasvi Roman. Da, pravda. Right. Tomorrow, Nassau County Legislature will vote on a measure that would prevent biological males from competing in women's sports in county-owned facilities. While critics have called it discriminatory and transphobic, the measure supported by most Nassau County voters would actually promote fairness. I agree with you completely. And integrity in women's athletics and in men's athletics. Big Dog, you're friends with Delilah or not? Not yet, but he's counting on the mists of destiny to bring them together. Roman, you're going to teach me Russian? I'm not good at learning languages. I find myself picking up a lot of Japanese words because I've been watching so much anime for such a long time, but I still can't speak it at all. Vodka. Vodka. I've been to Russia, Roman. I've been to Moscow and St. Petersburg. Both of those two cities I've been to. Got to say, though, it's not really a good look. I know. I don't know why, but it feels scummy in a way to go out to after his daughter or her daughter's friend. IRL been around here long enough to know. It doesn't feel scummy to me at all because Delilah's never cared, even in the slightest, who I think she should date or not date. Makes all of her own decisions on those things. And if you win her over, good for you, Same with April. If you successfully win over April and hump her, I will have a high-fiving party with you. Here I am. Okay. I've not been to Moscow, Idaho. I've never been to Idaho. I've not been to St. Petersburg, Florida either. Do polar bears walk streets of Moscow? No. But it is the case that in Moscow, when I went there, they had vodka kiosks on the street. Like there was just like a table with a guy standing behind it with a bottle of vodka and and paper shot glasses, and you just buy a shot of vodka as you're walking down the street. Crazy, huh? What's going on today? Says Wilco. Roger that. Eric, you should start a podcast. Have on subscribers. What do you think this is? Isn't this a podcast? Only men can be trans women. Only biological women should compete in women's sports. For safety of women. You don't even just end it at sports. Only men can be trans women, and only biological women should compete in women's sports. That's all there is that needs to be said about it. We don't need any utilitarian justifications. It's that way because it must be determined by a rule, and that's the only rule that's fair. It can't be determined by a standard. St. Petersburg, Russia is very beautiful and a very European looking city. And also, the Hermitage is insane. Like, the Hermitage is supposedly like the quiet getaway cabin for the Tsar and his family, except it's so massive. What are your pronouns, please? My pronouns are man and penis. Panthers suck. They really blew it. No offense. I'm so happy that the Oilers pushed it to Game 7, but the Panthers, I'm afraid, are probably going to win at home Game 7. I can't believe they pushed it to Game 7 after being down 3-0. But good job, Oilers. And I'm rooting for you, Canada. I want you, Canada, to finally win hockey because you love it so much. Just like I want England to win the Euro soccer tournament because England cares so much. The Edmonton Oilers, not the Houston Oilers. Okay, Roman? If you're saying, hold on a second, Eric, there's no more Houston Oilers, you're right. My pronouns are he and him, and obviously, I'm a regular male, I'm cisgender, whatever. While I don't dispute that we can make any identity trait completely arbitrary in one frame, I don't see the point of doing so. I mean, except for my race. I'm fluidly transracial. Black Star, good evening from California, America. It seems, I'm afraid, that your Scottish soccer team is having some problems. I'm going to double check to make sure I got this right, but I believe they already have 2 losses. Maybe not, actually. Maybe they only have one loss. Yeah, they only have one loss. Okay, well, good for you. Good for you, Scotland. You only have one loss so far. I am so proud of you for only having one loss. You have a loss and a tie. Okay, there it is. You tied Switzerland. Or who did you tie? You tied Switzerland? Yeah, you must have tied Switzerland. And who do you play in the last game? Oh, you get to play Hungary in the last game. You know what? I would not be well, you're going to have to kick Hungary's ass, though, because you have a -4 goal differential. So even if you win the game and end up with 4 points, if you only win it by a goal, with a -3 goal differential, you probably won't be one of the third place teams to advance. So Scotland, I'm looking for a big win against Hungary, 4-0. Then I believe you can go into the next round. Are Scotland the unluckiest team in world football? So, in 8 World Cups and 3 European Championships, they have never advanced past the first round. Wow. 11 tournament appearances and never advancing past the first round. If Scotland beat Hungary in Stuttgart, they will almost certainly seal qualification to the round of 16 from Group A and finally do what their predecessors were never able to achieve. I mean, I think they got to beat them by more than a goal or so. Because let's say how does Switzerland only have one game played when everybody else in the group has 2 games played? Just not showing their win, I guess. Okay. So, I mean, let's say Switzerland loses to Germany by a goal. They'll still have a +1 goal differential. And Scotland wins by a goal. They'll still have a -3 goal differential. So they're going to have to advance to the third place team. I don't think -3 is going to be enough. Scotland's narrowest failures came in the 1986 World Cup at Euro 96. Both times it came down to 1 goal. In 1986, Scotland team needed to beat Uruguay to reach the knockout stage. So sad for Scotland. Well, I'm hoping you guys make it to the second round this time. Black Star, I believe in you. Now is your time to shine. The trans community love imposing labels on my. Okay, look, there are individuals, usually heavily leftified college students, regardless of their gender, sexual orientation, or whatever, who want to be strong advocates in favor of progressive change. But I think it's very unfair to say that the trans community is responsible for this pronoun tyranny. That's much more likely to be individuals in a more empowered community being stupid, right? Because it's not like transgender people are like, oh, it's all those rich, spoiled people who have everything going for them. So, of course, now they want to be transgender too. That is not the case at all. You're talking about a maximally disenfranchised population of people. So, hi, Matt Rossi Sound. How's it going? How's Serbia treating you? Are you feeling like, hell yeah, Serbia? Or, oh, Serbia? Those are your two possible feelings you can have. Top soccer. Okay, so at noon we've got Belgium versus Romania. And that should be a good one. Now, Serbia, I believe. Oh, Scotland's playing tomorrow at noon. Oh, they're playing the games at the same time tomorrow. Scotland versus Hungary will be played at the same time as Switzerland versus Germany. I'll watch the Scotland game, I think. At least until one of the games gets like not interesting. All right, so where is Serbia? Serbia has a tie and a loss. So they're in the same boat as Scotland. The difference is Serbia has to play against Denmark in the last game. Well, Serbia could beat Denmark. Serbia could definitely beat Denmark. Denmark's got 2 draws. If Serbia beats Denmark, they'll definitely advance because England's going to beat Slovenia, probably. But you could see a situation where Denmark and Serbia tie, and Denmark advances with just 3 points in second place. So, interesting group there. Hey, Serbia plays Sega Mega. Haha, Serbia plays Sega Mega. What's a papaya taste like? It tastes kind of like mushy cheese foot fruit. It's not good to eat. I wouldn't ever want to eat papaya, but sometimes you get served it like in Hawaii or whatever. It's like calling a biker in a gang Richard Simmons. I think what we should do is call the whole gang Richard Simmons. Instead of calling him like the Devils or Hell's Angels. Call them Richard Simmons. He waves like this. Richard Simmons waves with 2 hands like this. It's kind of hard to do, actually. They grow fast, but the trees are fragile. Kind of like a watermelon or cantaloupe, depending on the type and where they're grown. They get huge. They grow fast, but they're not growing on trees. Watermelons, cantaloupes, sweet melons, they don't grow on trees, big dog. They grow on vines. Have you ever been to the pumpkin patch? For example, there are these pieces of branch that connect the pumpkin to the vine. You have to cut it right there. And that becomes the handle for your pumpkin lid for your jack-o'-lantern. Richard Simmons on Howard Stern was the best. I don't remember him doing that, but I believe it. I was never a big Howard Stern fan. You have a cadris tree. How about the sparkling sidewinders? I like that. And then each of them could be named things like Sparkle Puff, Glitter Side, Windy Dream. Howard Stern is so perverted. Is he? I just always found him boring, basically. Like, I'm not exactly sure what the appeal of it is, given that I like, at least with Joe Rogan, I don't listen to that either, obviously, but I understand what the appeal of it is. He's interviewing people who are passionate about what they're passionate about. That makes sense as something to consume. Cat says the debate will provide the starkest contrast yet of the two men, the oldest candidates ever to seek the U.S. presidency, as voters question their age and mental sharpness. Well, we just gotta tough it out for 4 more years. Then I'll be president and everything will be fine for 4 years. Then everything will go back shitty again. I mean, Patrick Stewart needs to check himself before he wrecks himself. In no way, shape, or form is a U.S. presidential debate a meaningful test of anybody, let alone an incredible test of anything. I mean, yeah, it is a good chance for us to pay attention to that. What we need to have happen is for the election process to require multiple real debates between candidates, not opportunities to say talking points. And in that regard, unfortunately, our country is in stark decline. Understandably why, but back in the olden days, like when Abraham Lincoln and Douglas were running for president against each other, they traveled around the country and they debated each other every whistle stop. And people would gather and stand for hours to watch them debate stuff. Now, after you've done that and you cast your vote, then you have good reason to cast your vote like that. It's not the party system that's a failure. It's the expression of both parties within that system. So partisan disagreement didn't used to be so bitter and acrimonious. There was at one time an understanding that while we may be battling against each other in the Olympic qualifiers, we're on the same team in the Olympics. We seem to have lost that understanding of things. Yes, we battle against each other in terms of which political priorities ought to be validated for this election cycle, but we seem to be doing that having forgotten that we're all Americans and are on the same team. We ought to be making our decision about our candidate based on who's best for America, not based on who is most hardline on our team. It's so XX extreme. Well, and the thing is also, the problem is one of symbolic engagements, not of anything real. So it's not the case that Americans in their day-to-day interactions with each other are expressing the kind of vitriol towards their fellow citizens that they do in online conversations. When I go to town and there's this one house at the beginning of town, the occupants of which are obviously very liberal and I think gay. They have like a rainbow flag and they put signs up that I don't necessarily always agree with. Even if I saw somebody walking out of that house, I wouldn't say, "You liberal, rah, rah." There's also this idiot who lives near the gun store after you turn to go to the supermarket. And he's got this big sign. He's had it since the last election. Trump won. I know it. You know it. You do know it. That's true. And I know that you should not know it because I evaluate things correctly. You'd think at this point he would take down that sign and put up a sign that says, "Let's vote for Trump this time." Regardless, I'm not going to, when I see him, shout out the window at him, "You fucking idiot. Why would you conclude The election was stolen from Trump when he won the previous election. Why didn't they steal it then? I'm not your uncle, Nick. I'm not. I'm not familiar. I'm unrelated to the Gurr family. I do know, the Hunts, Mike. I know the Uchis, Mike and Herc. And I know the everywheres, Mike, Hisk, Herc, Ark. But I don't know the Gurrs. What would you do if we were talking to someone who was otherwise nice and friendly, but just happened to spew like anti-black rhetoric casually with you in the conversation? If you're talking about online here, I'd say I'd probably time them out, remove it, and say, I don't want your group is bullshit. If it happened in real life, like let's say I was taking a walk around the block and I saw some neighbors from around here and they're coming the other direction. And we stopped. Hey, how's it going? Good to see you. And they're like, oh, it's not going well. We've got a vacation rental near our house and some dark people came and took a walk and say, I'm worried about it. I'd just be like, okay, well, you probably don't have any cause for concern, but people are idiots in all different ways. That's the thing. The sad thing is that people think certain kinds of idiocy deserve extreme confrontation cancellation, whereas other kinds of idiocy are perfectly okay. Yeah. I mean, Rachel was listening to a reaction video the other night on YouTube, and the person who was making that video was reacting to some other video in which some lady was saying, if you have a group of friends, a group of people of color, don't just invite your white friend along, okay? You might be comfortable with that, but they might not be. You need to get express permission to bring a white person. I thought, is that a joke or is she actually? I think that lady who was saying that, which wasn't the video that Rachel was watching, she was watching somebody else react to that. But I wouldn't ignore it, but I wouldn't bother debating it. I would recognize it as what it is: fear and anger, not linked to any people. Actually, you'd love a reaction video to a reaction video reacting to a video. That's fair. But there are idiots. There are plenty of idiots out there. There was this guy, Michael Smith, I think his name was, who called into this channel one time and was very mad about me doing a type police video of Melissa Talks. And in the phone conversation, and he screaming at me and whatever, he calls me, he says that I'm a rapist because he didn't like that video that I made. Or I don't even think he watched it. I don't know. It's like there was nothing about that specific type police video that even remotely explains the incredibly overwrought reaction to it. Right, like communities of color are all on board with this idea that white people aren't cool. I like Sean L's suggestion that you just start speaking in a made up language. I think a better suggestion is, I'm fine. Can you repeat that? I couldn't read the lips. Yeah, white's the color. White's the color of bathrooms. Yeah, I agree with you here, Lamb. If I were a Native American slash an Indian, I'd be just constantly shaking my head in dismay because the people who are purportedly on my side are a bunch of fucking retards, and the rest of the country thinks we should just forget all about that part of our history. So you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. Thing is, Indians in Canada, especially, have it really good because the Canadians are just like, we're so sorry. Here, have huge swaths of land for yourselves. Because it's racist to call someone a colored person. That's why. Retards, what are you on about? I'm on about retards. Their retardation, their lack of non retardation, and their failure to communicate effectively or think properly. Specifically, in this instance, I'm talking about, for example, this retard who wrote this essay I read one time when I was helping Jeffrey with something. He was assigned the essay to read, and it was about how racist Congress was to define wilderness as a place one visits and does not stay. Because why? That invalidated the nomadic lifestyles of the Native Americans. But the thing is, that is how it needs to be. We need our national parks and national monuments to be places where people visit but do not stay. Otherwise, we're going to have homeless encampments all over our national parks. Oh, I think it's absolutely fair game. Some natives like to exploit those dumb white people. They play up the defenseless native shtick, then go back to being normal with other natives. I think that's hilarious. I would do that myself. Oh, white skinned man. I sense a disconnect between you and the Great Spirit. And then you get these hippies being like, oh my God. I'm sure any Native American guy, all he needs to do is go to any college campus and he can hump all the bitches he wants. Yeah, I know. It's ridiculous. Here I am. The only way to not be racist is to discount the idea of race entirely, as I do. Say it's completely bullshit. Yeah, I think that is a great movie premise. Um, call the movie Connecting with the Great Spirit. And you got this guy in the movie. He's actually not even Indian at all. He's actually just Mexican. But he informs everybody that he's an Aztec, or an Apache, let's say, one of those. And when he acts as though it's, you know, 1890 and his people have just been displaced from their land. The white men came. They killed our children. They slay our buffalo. And now we are relegated to this dust. Oh my God. I know it wasn't exactly me, but as a white person, I actually just want to say I'm so sorry that happened to you. Is there anything I can do to make it better? Great spirits say, crotch need attention. I would be happy to suck your dick, of course. It's the least I can do. After giving you smallpox. Columbus, you guys Indians? Native Americans are like, no, we're Native Americans. Columbus is like, nah, you're Indians. I can tell. You look just like those curry sniffers over there. Willie Nelson is some slacker at 91. He's taking a few days off the Outlaw Music Festival tour because he's not feeling well. His son Lucas will take his place with his band, Promise of the Real. You think Willie Nelson is some slacker? Try William Shatner. You can right this moment, if you'd like to, Putty Cat, purchase tickets to go on an Arctic cruise with William Shatner in late November or early December. Well, the thing that's funny is there are plenty of Indians who don't want to be called Native Americans, who prefer to be called Indians, American Indians. You know, we have the Bureau of Indian Affairs, not the Bureau of Native American Affairs. So I think Willie Nelson and William Shatner should go on tour together and call it the Two Bills. They can take turns playing songs. William Shatner will do some spoken word stuff. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. All right. The Cleveland Indians should have kept their name. After all, the Atlanta Braves kept their name. The Florida Seminoles kept their name. Florida State Seminoles, you know. My high school, we were the Apaches. And during my entire time in high school, I don't remember a single time when Apaches came by and complained about it. When actual Apaches came by and complained about it. But the thing is, of course, what I try to do is I try to be very respectful by learning the ancient ways and practices of our First Nation friends. So I've been working on this dance for a while now. I need my Native American friends to understand that I respect them enough to learn their dances. If you aren't learning native dance, what's wrong with you, you colonialist? I just wish that we could get rid of all this corporation and capitalism and just go back to the honest ways of living, following the buffalo, picking fruit from our noble trees. Goblin, what did I just stumble upon again? We're making fun of white college students who romanticize Indians. The thing is, the Indians really had mostly bad luck. If the Spanish conquistadors had shown up, say, 100 years earlier, the Mayan civilization would have been much tougher then. And there's no way it's hard to believe, right? That the Spanish or the Portuguese or whatever, they send over a couple boats full of people who are dressed poorly for the weather with incredibly shitty old muskets and conquer an entire continent. Like, how in the world did that happen? The actual natives wear those sports teams jerseys to rep the native people. Wow, what do you think about that, huh? Yeah, Walks with Wi-Fi is my name. Actually, my Native American name is Argues with Everyone. So it's like the Mayan civilization at its peak was just as robust a civilization as like the Romans. Where native civilizations, including the Mayans, really fell short was in terms of codification of law. I look like I make moonshine. I may look like that, but I don't make moonshine. And additionally, I don't drink any moonshine. I don't drink alcohol, so. Yeah, my name's Baldy, okay? Checks for AC. Deludes air conditioning. Imagines air conditioning. Why you ask, imagines air conditioning? It's very important we learn our true history. What is our true history? My true history was I was born, then a bunch of stuff happened, and now we got to now. Right now, we're making history at this moment. We're making new history every minute of every day. My Native American name is Big Chief Fuzzy Pants. That's very much possible. My other Native American name is Baby Pig Fucks Around. Papoose, like baby pig, who only fucks around. There is one you do get if you're Native American. You can put your ear to the ground at any spot on the earth, and you can hear what's going on for a range of up to 10 miles around where you put your ear down on the ground. You can hear if there are horses coming. You can hear if a bird is sick. You can hear even the sound of the termites boring into the wood and building their mound. John L's Indian name is Ignores Gum Disease. I think if you're going to try to come up with a formula for Indian names, it would be some kind of mobility verb. Walks, sits, runs, some sort of positioning verb like that. Dances, swims, flies. It should involve motion in the verb, I think. So I think ignores doesn't comprise enough of an action verb. But maybe sleeps could be like sleeps with porcupines. Would be a fine Indian name. So the formula then would be motion verb, parentheses, a little word if necessary, and then concrete noun. So like kayaks on dolphins would be fine Indian name. Probably more of an Inuit Indian name because they're more sea people. Cross-country skis with Steve. Also a fine Indian name. Hang glides with MC Hammer. Another perfectly good Indian name. I'm not exactly sure when I changed pooping strategies, but I have been in the throes of a new pooping strategy for, it seems like almost like 2 weeks now. By a new pooping strategy, I mean, instead of working up to one major colon blow during the day, maybe followed by a second after poop, I have begun splitting my whole poop into like 6 poops in a day ever since I had that triple teabagging experience. So if you haven't heard, the other day I was constipated, so I I asked Rich to make me some smooth move tea, and she triple tea bagged me. That's a triple dose of smooth move tea. And it did work. But ever since then, it's whatever the stool softener in there is, it seems to continue to be making my stool soft. Do I have a stool someplace? I don't think I have any stools here. I want to get a stool just so I can put a box of Dulcolax on top of it and make a short that says, "This stool softener is not working." I could use that thimble thing outside. And people go, "Oh, you made a pun, Eric. Fantastic. Just what we wanted." Fine, whatever. Fine, I'll wash my hands in here. Since you guys are being so difficult about it. I have I have a pooping, I call it maybe that, a poop stool, but it's actually a pooping stepladder. What do you want, Treble? You want me to watch you eat, or you want me to let you outside? I could let you outside if you want to go outside. There you go. Now he's outside. Whereas before, he was indoors. I made spam fried rice last night. It was quite delicious. Oh, and a little bit of salami is hiding me over. Not much James Ortiz. No. Nobody does that, Henry O'Manley. Nobody. What's the formula for a porn name? Mm-hmm. There's a formula for porn star name that is, "Hi, Angel, my day's going fine. Thank you for asking." No, but that's fucking crazy. Dance music. It's like, Israel, you gotta decide what you are. Dick, asshole, or bitch. You can't be both a dick and a little bitch, which is what you're doing if you're tying Palestinians to your army trucks because you're so scared of being attacked by them. You gotta lead, follow, or get out of the way, motherfuckers. So if, in fact, the formula for your porn name is your first pet, or like, I don't, like your your childhood pet plus your childhood street name. Well, then my porn name is Pussykins Armada. If you use that formula, childhood pet plus street name plus childhood street name. Now it wouldn't work with my current street name, and I'd just be or my current cat. Trouble Snyder Ridge Road doesn't sound like a a porn name. Let's see how my new plant is handling the transplant. I know that plants aren't especially fond of being transplanted, but sometimes it's for their own good. It is hot today. It says on the bottom of the computer screen, and so very hot weather. But it's not really that hot. It's hot for here. So at noon, I was putting on the background, not that you'll be able to see it, but I'll be able to see it. Put on the background that the soccer game, the noon soccer game, which should be an entertaining one, hopefully. It features which two teams? Tomorrow is the last day of the group stage. So we only have 3 games left in the group stage. The current group stage game that we're looking at is Belgium versus Romania. That's the one that's going to start at noon. Now, the interesting question about that is not who's playing so much as what are their records. So Belgium has 1 loss. Romania has 1 win. Belgium desperately needs to win this game because Ukraine, Slovakia, and Romania all have 1 win. Ukraine and Slovakia also have 1 loss. Belgium is the only team without a win. Of course, Belgium's only -1 goal differential. They should beat Romania, I would expect. But who did Romania beat? Oh, Romania beat Ukraine 3-0. That's why Romania's got a +3 goal differential. I mean, normally you'd say Belgium assuredly a big favorite in this game. And in fact, they are favored. They are the favorites. But I think actually the most likely result according to the odds here is a draw. But Belgium is favored over Romania. We'll see if they look more like the Belgium squad they expected to be today than they did last time I watched them, which they did not look very good. Gaines Music says Belgium should definitely win. Way better team. But you know what? Ukraine looked like a totally different team than they did against. No, Ukraine lost their second game too, huh? I get it confused sometimes. Natasha, CG, I am fine. How are you? And Peas and Sinks is a good name for me. Did the Men in Black start following me? Not yet. How crazy are the Stanley Cup Finals? Crazy. I hate Florida teams. I don't like the Florida Panthers. I also don't like the Miami Dolphins or the any of the Florida teams. I don't like Florida State. I don't like University of Florida. I don't like the Miami Heat. I just don't like Florida teams because I don't like Florida. Not that Florida's ever done anything to me. I've never been to Florida, but it just seems like kind of a nutty place. Jacksonville Jaguars, I'm not a fan of them either, right? But Rachel knew it when she saw the matchup Rangers against the Panthers. She's like, oh, Florida always beats us. So she was right about that. I want the Oilers, therefore, to really stick it to Florida today. Is it today that's the final? No, tomorrow, the last game. And win the Lord Stanley's Cup. Take it back home to Edmonton. You kind of like the Tampa Bay Lightning? I kind of like the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Maybe Tampa Bay is the best city in Florida. Yeah, I agree, Shano. There's a reason Bugs Bunny cut Florida off the rest of the country and said, South America, it's your problem now. But if I were going to complain about a state, the state that I'd have the most cause to complain about would probably be Kansas, but it might be Oklahoma. Kansas, I'm afraid to go back there because I was named in an affidavit, and in that affidavit, it claimed that I was illegally hunting geese. Yes, Gaines Music, there is a cartoon actually that shows Bugs Bunny cutting off Florida from the rest of the country and saying, there, that's better, or something like that. What hockey teams do I like? Well, technically my hockey team is the San Jose Sharks, but they've been pretty shitty, so I've not been watching any Sharks at all. Hockey is a sport that I can watch kind of any two teams if I'm in the mood for a hockey game. The German commentator said after the Ukraine game that Ukraine got destroyed, and after an awkward silence, added, on the field. You're the Red Wings, huh? You like the Detroit teams? Well, I root for Detroit teams nowadays when I see them, like the Lions, because like the team stayed and the city left. It's kind of poignant. All Detroit teams should rename themselves the Michigan Pistons, the Michigan Lions. I visited Detroit. It's a crazy place. All right, so let's see. Has the soccer game started yet? If it has, I'll bring it up, put it there. How did you like growing up in Detroit? Of course, there's exactly one thing that all of Detroit is extremely proud of. Even by saying it's a thing, you'll still guess what it is. What is Detroit extremely proud of? Wow, Belgium has already scored. I missed the goal. Looked like a pretty good goal there, but I've seen it in the replays, obviously. Belgium, let's see what's going on here. Let's see how they scored this goal. They're penetrating. They got not a ton of people down, but oh, that was a nice shot. All right, well, good strike by number 10 or number 9? Number 10? Number 9. Good strike by number 9. He did a fine job. All right. I visited Detroit about 7 or 8 years ago when I was doing a trip across country to visit people from the channel. No, the thing that everybody in Detroit is proud of course, is Eminem. You know, I'm not entirely sure that Eminem is on balance with when comparing both artists' entire body of work. I'm not 100% sure that Eminem's better than Kendrick Lamar, but I suspect that, yeah, he is from Detroit. Gangs of women who go around pegging people in Detroit. It's an odd. All right, come on, girls. Pull his pants down. Now put a stick up his butt. Like that? That seems odd. You know what, Marcy? I don't really want to be in this gang anymore. Well, why not? Because every time I go home, my hands smell like poo. Listen, my name's Peggy, and my gang is the Peggers. And you guys are going to do what I say. We don't want to peg people anymore, Peggy. Okay, well, he was born in St. Joseph, Missouri. And I was born technically not in the city of Los Angeles, but more like North Hollywood, right? I still say I'm from Los Angeles. Peggy Peggers and the Gang Gang Shy. Peggy Peggers and the Gang Gang Shy is a good name for a band. Then he moved to Warren, Michigan. Well, how old was he when he moved to Warren, Michigan? He's 1 year younger than me. I just settled all my lawsuits. Fuck you, Debbie. Oh, he moved to Michigan when he was 11. What a horrible time to move, right? You're just going into middle school. Here's the new kid from the sticks entering our Detroit middle school for the first time. What a frightening occasion that must have been for Eminem, for Marshall. Although his childhood full of abuse, I'm sure, prepared him for suffering better than I was prepared for suffering. I love in the line where in the line in Houdini, in his new song Houdini, where he says, yeah, well, usually sixth grade is the start of middle school. Usually middle school is 6, 7, 8. I can speak some Spanish. Ni hao, tui bu tui, tui ah. Oh, wait, that's Chinese. Whoever moves first is gay. Finally, I can stop being so homophobic. You know, I've known for years, I don't want to be one of those hateful, entitled, heteronormative people. So, yeah, of course, I've been trying to suck dick for years in order to show that I'm not bigoted. But I just have never been attracted enough to do it. Fortunately, now Stay Safe, Have Fun has given me a shortcut to gayness. Talk about Star Wars. You mean the movie franchise? 4, 5, 6, episodes 4, 5, 6 were, you know, bastions of relevance to my childhood. I don't consider myself as being from where I was born. The thing is, I was born in California. I was born in Los Angeles County. But I wasn't born in Los Angeles City, and I normally say I'm from Los Angeles. I mean, how Star Wars is today after George Lucas sold it off to Disney. I mean, there wasn't really any good way to salvage that franchise after episodes 1, 2, 3 were released in the movies. So I don't blame Lucas for just, he's like, oh, I got snot all over my good thing. Fine, I don't even want it anymore. Just, how many billions of dollars will you give me? if they wanted to maximize sort of the good aspects of Star Wars when they acquired that franchise, they should have just stuck with making movies, making good Star Wars movies. I was born in Louisiana, lived there until I was 5, but don't feel a connection to it at all. I mean, I think if you spend your middle school and high school years in public schools near Detroit, you have earned the right to say you're from Detroit. Star Wars now equals Mary Sue. Who's Mary Sue? They should have just made film shows from the expanded universe, basically the books. I mean, that probably would have been smart. But the thing is, Lucas needed to sell that franchise before putting out episodes 1, 2, and 3 because those were not good, you know? Somebody who was going to make better decisions should have made those movies. Ah. Mary Sue is a term used to describe a fictional character who is seen as too perfect and almost boring for lack of flaws. Most people in the suburbs of Detroit do not say they are from Detroit. Is Warren a suburb? I live in Birmingham, which is a suburb of Detroit. Huh. Well, I was from LA County, not even LA City at all. But my whole life, when people ask where I was from, usually just said LA. If I wanted to be more specific, I'd say, I'm from, you know where the Santa Anita racetrack is? I'd say that. Like, because, they have Breeders' Cups there sometimes. A lot of people are kind of familiar with Santa Anita. Sometimes it's on TV. Um, they held the equestrian events in '84 Olympics there. So if I want to be more specific, I'll say I'm from the part of LA where the Santa Anita racetrack is. Warren is the third largest city in Michigan. Was it actually founded by a guy named Warren? And if so, was it Warren Beatty? So I want to know more about specifically. First, let me read Gaines's music thing. Rappy the giraffe eats Laffy Taffy. When people see his neck, they just keep pointing and laughing, and they ask him how he eats with a neck so long. He doesn't pay them any mind, and he moves right along. Huh. Um. Oh, right. What are we going to talk about? So there's this guy who was on Full House. The blonde guy. His name's Dave something, I think. Anyway, he's the guy that Alanis Morissette wrote that song. Cause I'm there to remind you of the past I've been when you went away. She sang that song about that guy. But then what I also learned not that long ago is that No Scrubs by TLC is also about that same guy. Like, how horrible must that guy have been to get? I mean, maybe he was fine. He got with two chicks who were just like full of sass. I don't know, but who was No Scrubs written about? Dave Coulier, that's his name. Coulier. Dave Coulier. He's 64 years old now. So Alanis Morissette was 18 when she started dating Dave Coulier, who was 33. And they dated for 2 years. Huh. No scrubs. In 2020, the two surviving members of TLC confirmed that, as some people had come to believe, the song is about Full House's Dave Coulier. Like, what? Why did they also not like him? I want to know. I want to know. Want to know. Coulier, who dated Morissette in the 90s, told HuffPost Live that when the song came out in 1995, I called her and said, "Look, what do you want me to say to the media when these folks call me?" She said, "You can say whatever you want." Coulier added that there's one line in the song that's a dead giveaway. It's about him. "I hate to bug you in the middle of dinner." We'd already broken up. She called and I said, "Hey, I'm in the middle of dinner. Can I call you right back?" I'm pretty sure Dave Coulier, the line that actually makes you know it's about you is when she says, "Well, shit goes down on your own, theater." All right, so as far as No Scrubs goes, one day we were out walking and Coulier and Stamos came driving by. And, Coulier leans out and tries to holler at us from the passenger side of the car. To be honest, I didn't know who it was at first. I just saw a bunch of hair and a bright patterned shirt. But then it clicked and I was like, is that corny motherfucker, Uncle Joey? So I started jotting down some lines and the rest is history. He was talking like Popeye for some reason and had this beaver puppet. That part didn't make it into the song. So, okay. That's hilarious. Can you just imagine Dave Coulier thinking he's hot shit for being on Full House, trying to flirt with the girls of TLC, and they're just being like, "Oh, is that fucking Uncle Joey hollering at me?" No. And look, I'm in a relationship where I am 13 or 14, depending on the time of years older than my wife. I still will say it is not acceptable for a 33-year-old man to start dating 18-year-olds. It reminds me of poor Sarah Silverman. There's this super asshole comedian guy who when um, Matthew Perry died in the hot tub, posted some like really kind of nasty tweet saying, "You know what's so funny about junkies dying in hot tubs? They aren't very deep," or something like that. It was horrible. But regardless, it was then that I learned that guy did also pull the Dave Coulier when he was in his mid-30s, started dating Sarah Silverman as soon as she turned 18. And, uh, you know, was a complete douchebag. It's fine for Belichick to date a 24-year-old. Look, by the time you're 25, you're actually fairly fully developed. Like your frontal lobe basically done developing. 18, come on. I get it. Like you're in your 30s and there's some legal, barely legal chick and you're single and she's into you and you're like, you know what? I'm gonna help this girl. But you really shouldn't though anyway. And certainly you shouldn't start dating her. If you're in your 30s, she's 18. She just got out of high school for fuck's sake. Who does he think he is? C.S. Joseph? Hello, what's up? What's the crack, fella? The crack, Anthony Mon, is correct, Pretty Cat. If I had dated Rachel when I was 31, she would have been 18. No, I would not have dated her. Just if for no other reason than impressions, other people's perceptions. I want to manage other people's perceptions better than that. That's why when I started looking for a new woman after Kimberly, I made clear that I was only considering women over 30. But note this, at that time, there were women in their early 20s who were like, I'm down. Amazingly, shockingly, right? Like if I thought about sex as like a drug that I indulged in, I could have hit it with lots of people, I'm sure. Young people too, like in their 20s. Just for only one reason. Because I have a YouTube channel, which is crazy. Like, how do people get credibility just by having a YouTube channel? Why is it you think men and women are capable of procreating so much earlier in the finalization of cognitive development? Because I mean, there's no answer to the why, right? Any question about why people are the way they are, the answer to that would be predicated on having clarity about how we came to be. The new thing now these days with Gen Z, because you're seen as high status, if you have a YouTube channel. I guess the key thing is you have to have at least a mildly successful one, like have a few thousand subs at least, maybe. But what I do know for sure is that it's time to smoke a bowl. The other thing I know for sure is that I was not successfully finding a good mate looking elsewhere, looking in my county that I lived in, for example. Well, games, music, even if it is the case that people had babies younger were more likely to be able to reproduce successfully and thereby pass on their genetics, which included that tendency to reproduce earlier, that still wouldn't involve any evolution because it doesn't require any mutation. It's just an expression of the elasticity of within the genome. And if that explanation were actually an explanation, then everything would become sexually mature the day after being born. Danny Price says, hey boss, I have a 7 day sober today. Can I get a shout out? Shout out to you on your 7th day of sobriety. I have, in fact, 10 years free of alcohol under my belt, a little more than 10 years. And I'm going to celebrate your weeks of sobriety with this refreshing Bong rib. I mean, it's not a mutation. That's the thing, games music. There are no positive mutations. We've never seen one, and we know better than that. You know, when your when your genes and shit are fucked up too much, they mutate. Whether it's because of radiation or certain chemicals or whatever. Um, the mutation of hitting puberty early is begging the question because it presumes that in fact the way something is came to be via mutations, which is not the case. So well, here's the thing about our morality. Nature kind of agrees with our morality fine, as long as we express our morality as we're not opposed to um, people people who've reached sexual maturity engaging in sex as long as they do it with each other, right? Like we understand that high school kids are going to have sex with each other, and we're fine with that. We're not okay with high school kids having sex with full-grown adults because there is in every instance of that. Um, we can discuss it more clearly. You want to talk to me about it right now? I can put you in a video conference room. We can have a conversation. I suspect I could have a conversation with you about evolution without getting too upset about it. It's frustrating to me because, like, you affirm evolution as an explanation for species, how they came to be, apparently, against music, but I suspect you don't know what it is you're affirming. In the status quo, evolutionists no longer present a selection for positive mutations model as the explanation for evolution. There are multiple different explanations, some of which involve mutation and selection, and some of which involve just selection but no mutation, and some of which involve just mutation but no selection, and some of which involve neither. So, um, the only problem I have with debating evolution with people is that the people I debate it with, they don't know what they're affirming. Sure, a mutation that makes it more likely for a creature to be reproductively viable for an individual. That doesn't occur. And of course, it can't meaningfully affect the genome of a species, which is represented in many variations in each of the individuals. Each of the individuals is a variation, an expression of that genome. In other words, it keeps the same exact recipe, but sometimes it prints it out a little bigger, a little smaller, whatever, because that recipe contains variations at that level of instructions. And even if we were to imagine somehow that a creature is born positively mutated, it's it's still there's no meaningful way for it to enter the genome through traditional Darwinian mechanics because number one, even if there existed a positive mutation that provided a significant advantage in terms of reproductive success, the population would have to be incredibly small for that mutation to significantly enter the genome. And even if it were, for that mutation to impact the genome, change the genome, it would have to um, be, you'd have to have two specific individuals within the same species have the same quality of mutation such that it could be passed on. Like we have recessive and dominant genes, right? We know about how genes work thanks to Mendel and his peas, etc. But those don't comprise mutations, those comprise sports, which is to say, hey, look, this camellia plant has stripes on its leaves. Now, if we isolate that genetic variation, which is not a mutation again, then we can create a breed of this. That's that expression of this genome. We can make breeds. We understand how we can impact populations by selectively breeding them. It's just that that never results in speciation. Despite 10,000 years of breeding dogs into as broad variations as we can, they're all still reproductively viable with wolves and each other. So, hey, Eric, I have a question for you. What makes you get up in the morning and want to live stream? Is it that you like to bounce ideas off your community, or do you use this? Go use this place as an outlet? Um, well, like this morning, I got up and I watched some things on TV for a while. I went outside. I started digging the hole. I dug like half of the hole. I did a few things before I started live streaming. And what made me want to start live streaming was I was sitting here musing about game theory, and I realized what I'd never realized before because I didn't encounter the term for it. It comes up in debate often enough because it's a possible judging paradigm. But the observation that occurred to me this morning, or what I should have observed and concluded from before, was that game theory just pushes back the question of zero sum or not, such that it becomes part of the game. Game theory, the engine of it is the prisoner's dilemma. That this game you're playing in that instance can be made win-win, win-lose, or lose-lose. But the observation I realized, or the insight I had was, but hold on a second. Really, it's just saying that you need to know whether a given endeavor is competitive, cooperative, or solo before you can make decisions successfully about it. If the prisoner's dilemma game is one in which at the end of the game both people get to keep all of their coins that they get in that game, then it doesn't matter if you lose the game, right? It doesn't matter if Joe has 5 more coins than you, as long as you get a lot of coins too. Because that, once the game's over, you get to keep the benefits of it for yourself. If only the winner of the game gets to keep the coins that they've earned, then it's necessarily a zero-sum endeavor. And the optimal strategy for in game theory turns out to be is be nice, reactive, and forgiving. Try to cooperate first. If you both cooperate, you both get 3 coins. If your opponent, instead of cooperating, defects, then respond to that defection with a defection of your own. But then try to cooperate again. Be forgiving. That's the optimal strategy. Keeping in mind, there's no optimal strategy in every instance. This optimal strategy is assuming your opponents comprise random strategies. Like, you're playing against one person, and this time their strategy is to try to get 5 coins as much. In other words, try to make defecting pay off as much for them as possible. Then your strategy needs to update accordingly. But what I'm saying is going into a given thing, not knowing what strategy you're up against, the best strategy is be nice, reactive, and forgiving. Win if you can, lose if you must, but always cheat. No, Putty Cat, because if you always cheat, then you won't have any more opportunities to win or lose, because everyone's going to say, you're a big cheater. Like, why did I start a YouTube channel? What makes you come back? Well, I started the channel because back in the early 2000s slash up through like 2006 maybe, I was making a lot of stuff, making a lot of not so much music, but doing a lot of making web pages. I had this website called popgoeslethal.com, and I made this sprawling website, popgoeslethal.com, using Dreamweaver mostly, and a bunch of scripts that no longer are legal to make things fly around the screen and do a bunch of crazy stuff, right? But in addition, what I put up there in terms of content was a lot of audio files of me talking. So it'd be me freestyling some little skit, or me talking out an idea, or whatever. So once that Pop Goes Lethal website went defunct and I stopped doing that, etc., then at that point, I went into a period of fallowness where I really didn't make much of anything except for curriculum for classes and stuff, right? For years. And then when I started the channel around 2012, I mean, I guess I started actually doing stuff on the channel like 2014. But I think I technically first signed up for YouTube in 2012 or something. But when I started making stuff on YouTube, it was because I wanted a place to put audio files again, like I had been uploading to Pop Goes Lethal. Because I didn't ever make any video files with Pop Goes Lethal. I was just always audio or text or visual stuff, like still images. I will address that in a second, games music. I want to finish answering the question, why did I start it and what makes me come back? So when I did start it, though, I quickly realized there's no reason to put an audio file start things off as an audio file. I have some videos from the beginning of the channel that are like that, where I started off with just me talking into a mic, and then I have to put some still images behind that so I'd have something to see, Pretty quickly I realized I'd be better served just filming myself talking. It's less work. And what I was doing at first at the beginning, I was just trying to replace the archival quality of popgoeslethal.com. So I wasn't concerning myself with the quality of the material, just that I had the opportunity to talk out whatever I wanted to talk out and have it uploaded to YouTube where it would be stored and I could reference it later, presumably. It has turned out that my notion that I could archive stuff and that would be wonderful because I'd be referencing it later for some other purpose, it turned out to be complete nonsense. It never comes the day when I want to go do all the archival work with stuff I made before. It's always the day when I want to make something new. So I was wrong about that. The thing is, I wasn't wrong that I needed some place to publish and put out my things that I said, my ideas or whatever. And then after a while of just making shit that was mostly for my own archival purposes, one of the videos I put up actually got successful. Like not very successful, but successful by my standards in those days. Instead of having like 3 views, it got like 300 views or something. I was like, oh my God, are you serious? People might actually watch my videos? I would assume that was impossible. So then I tried to make more videos about cognitive functions, because that was the video that did well, was the one that was about cognitive functions. So at that point, I was like, well, I'll make more cognitive function videos because I want, if I can be successful at YouTube, I would like to be, obviously, if possible. And then I went through a long stretch of time where I just uploaded shit tons of cognitive function videos. Again, I wasn't particularly attentive to the audience, though, and I still am not. So it's like, at the time, what I should have done is made fewer, better videos on cognitive functions if I wanted to grow the channel. But instead, I just made endless videos where I talk out my newest thought about it because I was thinking about cognitive functions a lot of the time. They were something that was newly introduced to me by the internet, and it was opening up a lot of other kind of analysis plots to engage in. Oh, that's falta. Oh, falta. Um, and then so nevertheless, I liked YouTube a lot, but I also what I wanted from YouTube more than just as I grew into it, more than archiving was I wanted engagement with people. So for a long stretch of time, then I had this thing called the Raw Channel and the Raw Channel Two, which were video conference rooms that were always open that people could go in and have conversations there. And the video conference room, or not the room, but I had this thing set up. I hired a guy to do this, make this for me, set up to record those conversations automatically, cut them into 15-minute chunks, and upload them to the raw channels automatically. So, I mean, I had lots of engagement with lots of people and lots of contacts and made shit tons of content about it. And lots of things where it's me positioned as Taylor's positioned on his channel. But then eventually YouTube came out with live streaming. And once I started streaming, it just became the main thing I did. And now it's like the only thing I do almost. So you have to decide whether you want your YouTube channel to replace your job. You're going to say, like, I'm going to be very practical here. I'm going to do the things on the channel that are going, only those things that cause it to grow and become more successful. And that's going to be my frame of decision making for every decision I make about it. If you do that, then you could become successful as a YouTube channel, probably. But you also have to make the right decisions. Right. I've learned a lot about video editing too, but I never edit videos anymore. But that's just a theory, a game theory. Well said, Guy. Well said. That's cool. I love chess. I'm trying to learn more about it. I try to keep my focus as well. It's all about guitar, but I only recently started adding tabs and some information about songs. So if you're going to do a channel that's about music in one way or another, and in other words, your channel is not uploading your music to it. So it's not like Kendrick Lamar's music channel. It's instead going to be a channel about music, either teaching you how to do music, like teaching you guitar, or it could be some other thing that's about music. You'd probably be best served to I mean, you kind of want to like review existing famous music through a lens of either songwriting, guitar playing, or whatever. That would probably be a good strategy. So, like, let's say you wanted to make videos that just taught people things about the guitar. Then the way to go about that would be like, how does band get this sound? And then like show a person face going like how are they making that sound? And then show some like guitarist doing something with his hands, like a red arrow pointing to it, And then you start the video and saying, be like, Britney Spears' "Toxic" is a song that's very popular with audiences of all ages. inspired by her. Yeah, I would, yeah, do a little background story and then be like, so the thing is, what really drives us, the engine of this song's energy, is this guitar part here that sounds like this. And a lot of people don't know how to get that sound, how to make it sound like that. I never even tried to do that kind of stuff. So I would first. It sounds like you and I are thinking sort of similarly here, but and keep in mind, I know you're not. You did ask for advice. I don't mean to be giving you unsolicited advice or telling you what you should do or anything, but I'm just doing a little brainstorming here. That uh, people want you to convey the emotions they have towards the thing. You're safest by doing stuff you feel positively about because they're most likely to look up stuff they feel positively about. In other words, instead of just saying why it's difficult to play, stuff like that, be like, if you're like me, you are blown away by how effectively Mia band gets Mia unusual sound with such an easy thing to do. You know, hard stuff, people don't want, like, you'll be shocked by how hard this is. I don't want to be shocked by how hard something is. I want to be shocked by how easy it is, given how much it sounds like it's hard. Because people don't like to do hard things. Hard things are hard. My friend keeps getting mad at me because I want to smoke before school, but he don't want to smoke with me. Well, then don't even tell him about it. Just smoke before you see him. Like, you're like, sup? Did you just smoke weed? No. As far as the click attraction stuff goes, thumbnails are very important and titles are very important. I never put much attention into the thumbnails. Thumbnails aren't so important for live streams. Titles are very important. But also remember that you can only glean so much information from any set of data. I mean, the only reason I don't like these overalls, XC3IA official, XCIA official. Is that what the name? How that name's supposed to be said? Unfortunately, the zipper on these overalls is broken, so I have to take them off just to pee. Horrible. I mean, what I would say in response to Sean Steph Gaines' music is you're probably best served to do one of those things and none of the other things. It's strange just how much people, I've noticed this as a viewer of YouTube, strange how much people want exactly what they want from the given channel. Like, I like Tekkit Realms. I like certain things on Tekkit Realm that he does, which are not his most popular things. But most people are just there for his I messed with a scammer on the phone videos, which I think are boring. I like his uh like YouTube mysteries videos. Like, there are actually still 3 awards that used to be given out by YouTube that no longer are given out, that have yet to be claimed. When did you start smoking trees? At 14. I'm now 53. So about 40 years ago. These days, I prefer sativas because I don't like the way that breeding has impacted most of the indicas. They tend to be too heavy, headachy, OG-ish. Too much OG in the mix. So I tend to prefer sativas, or sativa heavy hybrids are probably even preferable to that. I currently have the following strains growing: Northern Lights, a sativa; Jack Rare, sativa; Cherry Pie, which is, I think it's a hybrid, but it's sativa heavy; and Gorilla Glue number 4, which is a hybrid. I guess it's sativa heavy. Gorilla Glue number 4 is like the most unique weed out there, I think. And then I also planted this strain called Super Skunk, which I didn't choose. It was the seeds that came free with the seeds I bought. Taking rips straight to the dome is the only place they want to go. Why would you bother pulling a rip if it's going someplace below the dome? Like, I don't want to just get high up to here. I want to get high all the way up to here. Ship me some to Houston. That sounds like a way to get in trouble with the post office. Bruh. Boba Fett, you know my name is Bruh, not Bro. Bro is hate speech. I love the Blowtorch 2 games music. Opa Gangnam Style. I smoke bowls Gangnam Style. That means Gangnam Style is the a la mode of bowl smoking. It means that you get a scoop of ice cream with your bong rip. Fat clouds only. Time to change the bong word. You're just some kind of bong cleanliness Nazi. I'll take both the bongs and clean them both. It is time to change this bong order because this bong is so poorly designed. I just got this bong the other day. And the reason I got it was because I was trying to just get an extra stem for this thing. But I thought I didn't have the right size stem. It turns out I was thinking of the wrong size stem. I didn't want to get into it. I got another bong that I didn't really need to get, but I didn't know. And I like everything about it, frankly, except for one critical problem. One critical error that makes it into stinky bong instead of good bong. What is this problem? I'll show you. It's this. This bit at the end of the stem, it's got little slats on it. Be like fancy smoke diffusing slats or whatever. That shit is the dumbest shit I ever fucking imagined in my entire life. Who would do that? It's obviously going to clog. It's going to start clogging immediately and continue clogging for the entire life of the bong. There. Fuck you. I got it out. But now the stem's too broken off. Oh, you fucking piece of shit. This is what I'm talking about. I have now to just throw this bong away. Horrible. Fortunately, I've got Fire Crotch. And Fire Crotch, she's a good bong. She's a well-behaved bong. She's a bong I don't need to clean very often. She's a smartly designed bong. Yes, it's got this silicone shit, which I don't like. But all the actual parts of it that matter are glass. And you know what? I'm totally fine with breaking that stem in there in the sense that I knew I had to pop out the end of it. It was not sustainable as a bong with those stupid slats there. It's unfortunate that it broke more in total than just at the end of it, but so it goes. Can't I just get hash? I don't like to. I like to smoke regular buds, you know. I prefer just smoking buds. That flower, as they call it now. I don't concentrates. If I gotta smoke concentrate, I'll put it on top of a bowl, you know. Hold on. Are you serious? It's still 1-0 Belgium, yeah. I don't remember the name of the person who scored now. Is anybody actually saying that? You've got to be joking, right? Somebody saying that smoking weed increases your chances of becoming gay or trans? That doesn't make any sense at all. I don't think you become gay or, I mean, you do become trans, I guess, but like, my ex wife's brother, Louis, is gay. And Candace said that he was obviously gay right from early childhood. Like, he'd come in and be like, I'm pretending I'm a fancy lady in a dress. You know? It's like things that boys don't normally play, right? So I'm pretty sure at least homosexualness is uh, something that's determined b- before or at birth. Transness, I think, follows is a second stage after homosexuality. I'm pretty sure every trans woman is a homosexual first, a homosexual man before they become a trans woman, right? Gaines Music points out the following. Oh, you gave it up, huh? Well, you can't say gave it up without gay. Mm-hmm. He's right. Just like I can't say transatlantic without saying trans. And as you may or may not know, I have a medical condition that requires me to say transatlantic frequently. I'm going to have to, I'm going to leave you in the lurch very briefly. Get ready to be lurched, okay? You're going to briefly be in the lurch. Okay, there. We're safely back. Are you okay? Did anybody get injured while I was gone? Just a moment. I just walked away for a second. How was I to know that 5 people would drown? You're the lifeguard, Eric. It won't change for me. I'm pretty sure your gayness doesn't change. I think if you're gay, you start out that way and live your whole life that way. And if you're straight, you start out that way and live your whole life that way. If you start out straight and turn gay, you probably, almost for sure, were really gay the whole time, just didn't like that, you know? The trans thing, like, are there heterosexual transvestites? Transvestites are people who wear women's clothes but don't change their body at all. So no hormones, no boob job or whatever. Um, I would say probably, yeah, right? Like probably every transvestite, every man who doesn't want to get any body change but wants to dress up as a woman, probably all of them are gay, I would assume. But maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Touch my camera through the fence. Ew. Oh, yeah. These overalls are turning me gay. like the baby. Come inside my chimney tonight. As you can see, when I become gay, I turn into Drew Barrymore singing Santa Baby. I must admit, I feel like, wow, I haven't accomplished very much in my life. When I saw today that Eminem, Marshall Mathers, is 1 year younger than me. He did all of that in one fewer year, and I've done just as little whatever stuff. I guess the game is boring. It's halftime. It's halftime game music. That's what it is. Halftime is boring. The game is actually fine. It's a fine game. You know, some of these games are more exciting than others. I don't think it's fair to say that trans people are delusional necessarily. I mean, I want my body to be different. I want it to be more like a woman's body. You cannot potentially call those statements delusions. And there are, at least in at least some way, each of us is doing, saying, believing, thinking something incredibly stupid. So that those who live in intellectually spotless houses be the first to cast dumbness stones. Well, games music, I think my biggest problem might simply be that I don't do the necessary legwork. None of the best of, like, I do have some songs that I'm very proud of, I think, or represent excellent examples of songwriting. And I feel as though if I had excellent production recordings of them and published them formally, that they might very well float on their merits. I don't know. Maybe. Who knows? Unfortunately, I have none of my music published really anywhere except as YouTube videos, which does not count as music publishing for even YouTube's concerns. It doesn't count as music publishing. Like, YouTube needs me to publish my music formally so that it can recognize it as published music when it pops up anywhere it pops up. I'm beginning to think you might not be wrong, big dog. It seems insane to say it, but it's like I've been kind of stunned by the amount of positive response, specifically Gregory's gotten. Well, ex-CIA official, I respect that logic a lot. He says, that's what I tell my friends. They'll be like, dude, you're gay if you smoke. And then I'll be like, no, I'm not gay. And they say, then why do you always slap and squeeze our asses? And then I say, because you're gay and I'm trying to support you. That's why I smoke weed. Well done, sir. Well done for you. You could also just say, I'm not gay. It's just that you have this shapely, supple ass of a woman. Yes, it really was amazing writing. It was great. I really am pleased with that. In fact, ex-CIA official, you've done it. You've earned yourself a wonder point. And when somebody does something really crackerjacks around here, I'll give them a wonder point. And that's what you just earned. And when you get 1,000 wonder points, you can trade it in for a kilo wonder point. And when you get 1,000 of those, you can trade it in for a mega wonder point. And if you get a mega wonder point, well, Stop the presses. You've been watching too much Talking with Ed. I'm 53 years old. How old are you, LJ12K? Are you really 12,000 years old? Or is that a capital I? And if it is a capital I, are you really 2,000 years old? So, having talked about that stuff, 2000. That is a lot of years old. My answer should be I'm 1 year older than Marshall Mathers. Except then people say, are you exactly a year older? Is that what you're pointing out? I say, no, I'm approximately a year older. Maybe a little less than a year older. But maybe a little more, I'm not sure. He was born in 72. I was born in 71. Okay, so since I've been talking about it, the songs and stuff, and songs in general, I've decided now to play something on the guitar. The thing is, I honestly, I'm saying this not to be self-deprecating or anything, and just objectively, I look a lot better with a beard because my face is too pointy without it. It just rounds out my face, and it just generally makes me look better. I don't like Rush now. I don't know if you've heard Kane's music, but rumor has it they're from Canada. Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a plot to get to Marjorie's tater tots. He's got a good idea for an entertaining business. Thinking now about what to call Christmas when they hire his firm to change that name. Gerald always thought there'd be chance enough to return to the work left right. He'd get back to it eventually, but his visions piled up and his plans would interrupt all the work that started off so hopefully. And now he's got his back on his business, thinking of changing factless to listless, so how all the people will shout his name. And Gerald knows he understands ever more clearly now. He won't provide explanation regarding the why or the how. He'll see you and know you from inside your heart. Exciting, delighting, Gerald plays his part. But Gerald still knew too much to do, and he had dropped down in the understood. Too much to be put, so where now and what? Too much time spent picking the skew. With you. Now Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a plot to get to Marjorie's tasty spots. He's got a good idea for a name-changing business. Thinking now about what to call Christmas when they hire his firm to change that name. So Gerald has a thought. Thanks, Chris, for your fire, ice, 100, nice. Belgium almost just made another goal with that shot there, but didn't. Red hot chili peppers, that's the thing I like. I said red hot chili peppers, that's the thing, that's right. I said red hot chili peppers, this is the song you wanted when you said sing red hot chili peppers. That's probably not what you wanted me to do. Okay. I don't know any Red Hot Chili Peppers songs, but I could probably manage to do Under the Bridge because I know how to sing that one. Like I can sing the melody to it, you know. Here's a different song besides the Red Hot Chili Peppers. I'll play instead. It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles, and today we run out of time. Struggles past, troubles still to come. The day is nearly done. Will someone buy us some more time? Cloudy day in Los Angeles, cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I have something to say. Life can strangely be forgiving. Those who stay awake all night, and mostly voices say to give in. They'll try to sap your will to find. But whether I'm supposed to be here, just be seen, forgotten nights, is sort of based on what I see, on what I avoid. It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles, and today we run out of time. Struggles past, troubles still to come. The day is nearly done. Someone buy us some more time. Cloudy day in Los Angeles, cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I have something to say, something to say. Thanks, Gaines Music. Very kind of you. Thanks, Chris. Appreciate your listening to my songs. Very nice of you. Every life lived reaches a time when the road splits in two. There are times, dark times, times of despair, times when it's hard to feel good. That's when I look for my sack full of solvency and that satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Every life lived reaches a time when the road comes to an end. When I'm there, will there be anybody else around? Or will I travel all alone? That's when I look for my sack full of solvency and that satchel filled up with bombs. Yeah, a little bit out of tune. I guess not. This is fine. I got one more song to play. Hit number 4, okay? So someone said third hit. This is the fourth hit. Hopefully, if I could have 4 songs that were good, that'd be fantastic. That's better than most people can do. He's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive. Averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive. Averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them, but every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again, he is denied the chance to yell at him until the bridge brings a new approach. Sneakily, he'll try to encroach upon the guilty, then perhaps he'll get the chance to yell at them. He's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive. Averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive. Averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. He hates lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them, but every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again, he is denied the chance to yell at them because he's Gregory in disguise. Oh, he's cool, big dog. He's mad at the people who lied and been bad and then not want him to yell at them. So he's dressed up in disguise so he can sneak up on them and yell at them for their lying ways. Thanks, Brandon. Thanks, big dog. Yeah, I got lucky. I don't know. I've been lucky my whole life. Very fortunate. Because I'm always a grandpa to you. This is kids, since I'm being everybody's dad and grandpa. Remember, kids, this is non-alcoholic beer, okay? Does not have any alcohol in it. No, I was talking to Brandon Boy. Spelled B-O-I. No, I did not inherit this house. I inherited a different house where we sold that house and we bought this house. You know what I was doing right then? I shit you not. I was looking for my cigarettes. My daughter still lives in Los Angeles. She has an apartment. Belgium, goal number 2. That should put an end to this game. A month and a half or something. I quit April 20, basically like 12:01 a.m. April 27th. Let's say that. Chris, lots of people do. Lots of people call me grandpa. If your name's spelled with a K, does that make you a girl, Chris? Because I once went out with a girl named Chris who had a K. Who scored the goal? What's his name? His number is looks like number 10. I'll try to see the name on the back of the jersey. Number 10, Leonard or something? Leonard? Oh, how about that? I should be over here where I'm near the microphone. My bad. I was over there by the TV. Don't worry if you're. It doesn't matter to me if you're a girl or a guy. I never asked that question except just because my ex-girlfriend Chris spelled her name with a K, so made me think maybe you were a girl. Sir Otto Egg, yo dude, yo. I'm not, but in the game I am. Okay, cool. Just like I'm not a astronaut, but I play one on YouTube sometimes. I am kind of built for live streaming. What's the deal here? Currently, I'm watching they took that goal from Belgium off the board. I guess it must have been offside. And currently, I'm watching the Belgium-Romania game. Belgium's up by a score of 1-0. Romania, Belgium lost their first game, so they have 0-0-1 as their record with a -3 goal differential. Romania won its first game, so they have 1-0-0 as their record with a +3 goal differential. So I was thinking, despite the fact that Belgium came in with a better reputation than Romania, that maybe Romania would win this game. But in fact, Belgium has a 1-0 lead and seems clearly the better side. Grinzel says, I watch your lives every day. Well, thanks, Grinzel. What came first, the chicken or the egg? Change music. I will tell you a joke the Putty Cat one time said as a way of answering this. So, one year for Halloween, I dressed up as a chicken and went to a Halloween party. And amusingly, it was meant to be, I guess, or whatever, there was a chick there and she was dressed up as an egg. So we started dancing, one thing led to another. And it turned out later that night, we finally answered the question. It was the chicken. And Number 5 says, been watching you again for years. Love your rambling and stories. And you crack me up, Lamau. Well, thanks, Ananova. Yeah. Chicken always comes first, okay? What's up, Tabitha Pask? Tabitha Pask? Is that a real name or is that one of those Anita Dick and me names? Tabitha Pask. Why did I quit smoking? I don't want to get COPD, basically. I wasn't so worried about lung cancer because I think the linkage between lung cancer and smoking is weaker than people think. Like, yeah, technically you're 15 times more likely to get lung cancer if you're a smoker than if you're not, but you still have like a 1 in 300 chance of getting it at worst. That's a great name, Tabitha Pask. It really rolls off the tongue, you know. Tabitha Misty Pask. Have a good middle name for her. Tabitha Misty Pask. Gain says, yeah, I quit recently as well. Still chew Nicorette every once in a while, but that's it. I have this Nick vape, but they did a study in Britain recently, and they actually found that vaping really is 95% healthier than smoking. That is why some people get lung cancer for 1 year and others don't at 70 years. Yeah, I remember you did mention that the other day that it's primarily genetic disposition. I hadn't specifically heard that before, but I was aware of the realities of it were much less grim than would be suggested perhaps by the public service announcements regarding the cancer front, you know. Vaping's still bad for you? So what way is it bad for you? Illuminati member, thank God you are here finally. You know, people come around here and blame things on you all the time. And I say, okay, I'm trying to write these all down and I'll make sure to mention it to an Illuminati member if one should ever show up. You're the first one to actually come by and check. Are you here to collect our our secrets? Rachel's THC vape must have it with her. She has one. I don't like hitting that much. I prefer to just pull bong rips of flour. Yeah, it does match up with reality. Um, like if vaping is bad for you, it would have to be bad for you because it still has some contribution to COPD, but it's just a lot smaller than tobacco is. That would be my guess. It's not going to be cancerous, cancer causing, carcinogenic. Nicotine itself is not carcinogenic. Maybe flavorings are. I don't know. I'm not sure how they make the flavorings. How do they make vape flavorings? Do they just take an extract of, they just stick a syringe into whatever they want it flavored like and just squirt some into it? Did you okay in any sports? Um, well, I mean, you probably don't consider debate a sport, but it is zero sum like sports are, you know. And I did that. That was my best sport if you consider that a sport. I do consider it a sport because I was a debate coach and I know how much like a sport it is, but it's not athletic. So, in terms of physical sports, I played a lot of pickup basketball, but I was never on an organized basketball team. And when I was a little kid, I played AYSO soccer, but I was terrible at it. Live Eddie, live Eddie, live Eddie, live Eddie. They make joke flavors for vapes. I bought my brother-in-law a black peppered flavored one, but it said mango on it. Horrible. Oops, thank you. I will dub now. What does that mean? Oh, you're gonna use the audio file? Cool. Live Eddie. Live Eddie. Live Eddie. Live Eddie. Oh, like it in there. I don't know what you're gonna say. I could imagine somebody saying to me, say the following things because they want to get an audio sample for some purpose. I see myself doing that. Well, I have never done it, but I could. Chris encourages everybody to subscribe. Thank you for encouraging people to do that, Chris. It's very nice of you. Canalzoid is an alien. I can't read. I guess it's Inger from space. Gaines Music says subscribe. Maybe. Maybe not. Who else still has Gregory in the Sky stuck in their head? I want a YouTube community like this of my own. It's definitely like core to my entire life. It's absolutely the most significant thing in my life and was even when I was was working a lot, you know. Even when I was doing autonomy debate, which was when I had my own school, then it was kind of my attention was split in half, kind of. But even then, I still was hyper focused on the YouTube channel. Yes, I have said it, Real Country Records. I say it when it's naturally occurring. So like sometimes I'll sing songs. Sometimes I might sing like is there anybody going to listen to my story? That Beatles song. And sometimes I might sing rap songs. You know, I sing Straight Outta Compton or Fuck the Police. And my point is, if I'm going to sing that, I'm going to sing the song with the actual words in it. If anybody doesn't want me to sing that word, then NWA shouldn't have made a good song with it. And obviously, I'm going to sing along with good songs. I'm going to remember them and even be able to sing out loud. I'm annoyed that I have to like go, okay, Eric, you're in a sufficiently middle fingery mood to sing this song that you should just naturally sing whenever you feel like it, like you do every other song. All because everyone's all fucking got their buttholes in a twist over racism. Racism is no stupider than any other form of stupidity. It doesn't deserve to be elevated to special important status. I altered the lyrics to one of your songs. Tell me what you think. Romania, you're so crisp and green. In my salad bowl, you're the king cuisine. Um, yeah, well, he went there. That's his prerogative as far as I'm concerned, but my prerogative is to err on the side of pragmatism in this instance. I'd rather maybe it's not my utmost desire, but well, I think what I should start doing is just pronouncing it Niger. Straight out of Compton in a band called Nigers with Attitude. Gotta saw it off. Gotta saw it off. Pull the trigger and bodies are hot off. Fucking with me, because I'm a teenager, or with a little bit of gold and a pager. The reason he's got a pager, I want to stress, is not because he's selling drugs. That's the same conclusion that the police have jumped to. You like the country of Niger? That's fine. Shave every day, stay nice and clean. Yeah, NWA's got great bars. Fuck that shit, because I ain't the one to be beaten on and thrown in jail. We can go toe to toe in the middle of a cell. Pick up your badge and your gun and we'll go at it, punk, and I'ma fuck you up. Because in Niger, like Ren is the authority to say Nigers on the street are a minority. Something like that. I forget all the words to it. If a guy remembers the colors of your eyes after the first date, chances are, I don't think that's true, but you can. I think if a guy remembers the color of your eyes after the first date, they pay attention to what their eyes see. Like, I'm not going to remember that. But remember, it's like I was with Rachel for over 2 years before one day she asked me, do you know how tall I am? And I said, no. And she said, I'm 5'2". I said, wow, that's pretty short. I didn't know. I mean, wouldn't have, but I'm not interested in pursuing it to make the point because that entails too much, like, too much of an extra narrative burden. Wow. Does that count? Is that De Bruyne? Is that his name? That famous Belgian soccer player? De Bruyne? De Bruyne? The De Groiner. De Bruyne should have been somebody who neutered dogs. And he called himself De Bruyne the De Groiner. A friend of mine always does this song karaoke night. It's kind of weird. We can't do that. But if a woman sleeps with 10 men, she's a slut. But if a man does it, he's gay. Go figure. Can't wait to be king with his wife. He does Zaza's parts. And I have no idea what that means. De Bruyne. De Bruyne, if he were a veterinarian who neutered dogs, he could call himself De Bruyne the De Groine. Wouldn't that be a good name for him? I cannot smell mothballs because it's so difficult to get the little back legs apart. That's a great thing to say. If somebody says, "Oh, it smells like mothballs," it does. I can't smell mothballs. I can never get their little legs apart. What do IQ scores reflect? I think it's a composite score of mostly discrete cognitive skills, some of which link to each other and some of which don't. So, like, verbal reasoning is a discrete cognitive skill that distinctly links to introverted thinking. Intelligence tests don't really test memory. If they were to do that, it would link to introverted sensing. Intelligence tests might test pattern recognition and completion, kind of things like that. In which case, those things are mostly introverted intuition and are maybe relatively distinct skills, cognitive skills. And then lastly, the ones that I can think of anyway, the kinds of questions that I can think of off the top of my head are the ones where they have you mentally move something around. So you have to imagine looking at it from the other side to know about the backside of it or something. And like, if you were to turn this thing around, well, how would it look? If you were to fold this thing this way, I would look, oh! Belgium almost had goal number 3 there. But Romania has seized the ball from them and is running up the field saying, we're going to score a goal now. It's our turn this time. And Belgium says, get out of here, Romania. Why don't you go back to Transylvania? And Romania said, Transylvania is different than Romania. And then Belgium said, no, it's like Holland and the Netherlands. And then Romania's like, is it though? Well, the turning things into different perspectives and looking at it from the other angle. See, I think of that as being more TE, which is kind of the most physical of the intellectual seeming things that get mushed together into a purportedly composite score of general intelligence. But I think even proponents of IQ don't actually make the claim that people have such an attribute. They say that composite score is the closest thing that we have that we could call a measure of general intelligence if we wanted to force that measurement to exist by way of compositing things, you know. Putty Cat says the average IQ is 100. His Putty Cat's IQ is 130. Dr. Who What Where says the average IQ in his state is 91. My IQ is 107. I took a test online one time. But I think I may have gotten fluke lucky on it. I think my IQ is more likely to be somewhere in the 80 to 90 range. If it were below 80, I might be able to receive some sort of government benefits for that. Einstein's was 160. Well, good for Einstein. You gotta remember this. Einstein's IQ may have been 160, but it's also the case that if he were to disagree with me about something, that in other words, I have to clearly have a position on and disagree with him, he would be wrong like anybody else. Obviously, my position is never going to be, your math equation thing you're saying there is probably wrong, because I'm assuming he knows better than I do about that shit. I don't know that stuff anyway. I know how to do, the highest math I ever got to was addition. Subtracting, multiplying, dividing, they all escape me. The thing is that I'm something much more impressive than 130 plus, big dog. I'm a man who's heavily overachieving for his 75 IQ. I'd rather be the world's best IQ 75 than just some rando average 130. Right. But the other way to put it is, more importantly, Ananova, just because I'm right about everything doesn't mean I'm smart. I am proof positive that you don't have to be smart to be correct. And since I'm leading this, being the flagship here, you don't even have to be correct to be correct. You just have to repeat what I say. The truth is, I actually have no idea what my IQ is because I've never taken a formal IQ test. I did one time take a test online that was kind of perfectly chosen to not for me not to test well on it, because it was all exclusively visual pattern recognition questions. It was only that. I'm not so good at those. What do you think an average ESFP would score on an IQ test? I don't know. I mean, it might score just fine. Because I don't advocate in favor of IQ, and I have historically always advocated against it. I'm not going to even afford it basic validity that it even measures really what it measures. I have a relatively high IQ, tested by the Marine Corps, but it has never served me well in any way. I still make stupid mistakes, and my career and love life didn't advance due to it. Well, you're married, you have a kid, right? Obviously, you've advanced all the way into the realm of reproductively viable. Personality isn't, there may be some correlations with certain types and higher or lower scores. I don't know. I don't know if anybody's even done that work to see, but it is the case that since certain cognitive functions are tested by IQ tests and others are not, that certain types should have advantages on IQ tests. Big Doug says the coolest people I know have the lowest IQs, I think. I don't know, I'm dumb. You're also super cool. Studies show height does make a difference in success. Sorry, short people. It would seem to me that height makes a difference in success in Hollywood, where all the successful male actors seem to be super short, you know? I could do a study. I bet you I could do a study and pick a bunch of random people from either the jockey profession or the leading man profession in Hollywood. And with just those two professions, I would show that there's a strong correlation between shortness and success. I mean, maybe Putty Cat obesity can deter success, but I would say obesity can be defined as a form of success. Namely, you are successfully retaining calories, which you can then use later during a period of famine. Have I seen South Park obesity? I don't know. I mean, obviously, Putty Cat, you have to choose your area of success. If you want to succeed in retaining calories, you're going to need to spend your time eating and stuff. If you want to succeed in business, you need to try to achieve those goals. You can't be successful at everything all at once, okay? Every pizza is a personal pizza if you try hard and believe in yourself. To get more food, obviously, Putty Cat. And it's like, if your goal is to retain as much future energy for future possible need as you can, then you're not going to be satisfied with buying food with your own money. You need to buy it with the public's money as well. And it's the least we can do to support them in their noble efforts and important dream. What are these papers? Someone has left a pile of things. It's the mail. Okay, let's go inside now. We got the mail. You've got mail. What a wonderful film. Starring Tom Hanks and Meg Ryan in You've Got Mail Sleeplessly in Seattle. Here's the mail that never finna want to make me tail wag. It never fails. It makes me want to wag my tail. When you die, it's like turning off a computer. Do I believe in the soul or a self? Yeah, I mean, I believe in a consistent self, and I'm not sure I can, quote unquote, believe in a soul, because soul is one of those things that's not adequately defined to believe in or not believe in it. When one understands believing in something as affirming it, you can't affirm that people have a soul, but you certainly can't affirm that there is a consistent, persistent self-concept and identity that moves through time. You can see that easily enough in the video I showed earlier when I was 17 years old. When I was 17 years old, that was totally the same person then as I am now. Have you seen Terence Crawford's theory? Now, what's Terence Crawford's theory? How far do I live from the nearest city? Looks like you live far from civilization. I live 30 minutes from the town of Mariposa, which is the closest town. I live about 20 minutes from Bootjack, where there's a gas station and a little mini market. If someone needs help, Putty Cat, they should have their family help them. What's a coping mechanism people use for death? Jacob 540. Resurrection. Resurrection is a way of coping with death. I know death is really hard, but we have choices. We can either mourn the dead, forget the dead, or resurrect the dead. I live 20 minutes from the gas station that has a little market, okay? I live 30 minutes from town. Town has a regular supermarket and a pharmacy, all that kind of stuff. Well, I mean, as a default rule, that needs to be the default rule. And maybe we can all agree that it would be nice if we could provide resources for disadvantaged people as a, I guess, like reparations for bad luck, being born, whatever, or something. I don't know. Might be nice to provide those, but what I would like to see people do most of all is anytime anybody's proposing any kind of spending, that proposal also include a funding plank. What will you be cutting to afford this? I hate the idea of bills being voted on, debated, that feel as though the authors of which feel as though they don't need to fund their plan at all. That, well, we'll just borrow the money to fund my stupid bullshit. It's like, if you want to take your bullshit seriously, not only if you want others to take your bullshit seriously, but if you want to take your bullshit seriously, then do an actually good job of preparing your case. Have a means to pay for the thing that you're advocating we do. Or, I don't know, maybe advocate some ways that we can cut spending without new spending. Or even, how about we let people keep more of their money by taxing less? How about we do some sane things with the power of the elected official? I see these freaking headlines. These clearly partisanly slanted takes on Supreme Court's recent ruling on bump stocks. You know, you got the anti-gun nuts going, "Oh, the children," and you've got the pro-gun people being like, having much more moderated tones, not even celebrating it, like move towards gun-free dystopia slowed slightly. Rapid hurtling progress towards gun-denied dystopia slowed momentarily. Was somebody saying something to me? No. Was there a neighbor lady down there saying something to her dog or her husband or something? Okay. I'm going to have to eat some food. I need to eat some food because I'm experiencing sudden onset starvation syndrome. If you're like me, you know that you can go from feeling perfectly fine, like, oh, I'm not hungry at all, to like nearly dead in very short order. Very short order. The distance between full and dead of starvation is a lot shorter than you think. Well, I think I might make this Uncrustable as my snack before my sweet and sour chicken. That's how starving I am. I don't think I can survive even the 4 minutes it takes to cook the sweet and sour chicken without at least a small bite of food. Thing is, the public already supports huge numbers of people under the guise of employing them. So, we've got shit tons of people who don't really have any skills that are useful being school teachers in this deprecated, antiquated bullshit standardization of forced learning we call school. And they're all earning way more than they're worth in the free market because of public unions. You think we live in a simulation? I mean, ultimately, no, but I think you can make as good an argument for that as for the alternative, or any of the alternatives. Gaines music, it's very healthy. I have both the sweet and the sour chicken. Gaines music points out that we might be a battery living, powering Rick's ship, you know. The thing is, here's the problem with simulation theory. As in every incarnation that I've heard people talking about it, they fail to do what needs to be done first when talking about it. They maybe fail to do it entirely. They certainly don't do it first. I don't think I've ever heard anybody mention this at all, which is you have to distinguish between whether the simulation you're imagining still involves a physical body of some sort somewhere else that is experiencing the simulation, or whether you're saying that everything in the world is simulated, in which case the simulation is observed by actual physical beings, but doesn't include any. Now, those are in that way. On that vector, those are the only two possibilities, which is either we're simulating for ourselves, in which case our physical bodies are somewhere, and some of the people around might be NPCs, but there are some actual people who are distinct from NPCs because they have actual physical bodies, versus the idea that the beings simulating this are not us. That is to say, they're distinct from us by being real. But we have to anchor real somewhere, or else simulation doesn't mean anything. I mean, you could think of this whole universe as some kind of subroutine background program that it's like it's just some guy's wallpaper on his computer, you know, with infinite zoom in and out capacity. Okay. Cameron should be here in a couple of hours. He'd be here around 4. Okay. I think I'm over my speech, spinach and artichoke dip routine. Is that because you've given birth? Or is it because the taste buds of the pregnant woman are fickle indeed? All life is sequenced a certain frequency. You mean like timed at a certain frequency? A sequence seems contrary to frequency because sequence is turn-based. Can I fight? Hmm. Well, just pick a new food, okay? Like, I did that the other day. I picked a new juice. I said, I don't normally like coconut, but I really don't like coconut flakes. And I'm going to take the chance, bite the bullet. I'm going to get this bottle of coconut mango juice. I think it was, something like that. And it was delicious. I didn't regret it for a second. So you go ahead and find your own coconut mango juice. Maybe for you, coconut mango juice is beet salad. You know, you might find yourself occasionally, and this is true for anybody, might find themselves occasionally getting on a short-lived beet salad kick. Where you're like, I'm going to have cold beet slices with other little bits of vegetable and pretend it's a fancy salad at a restaurant. Louisville lip. Can I fight? I could, presumably. If you mean, would I be good in a fist fight? The answer is no. I'm not good at fist fighting. If you mean, am I good at yelling at people? Yes. I'm good at yelling at people, but I'm best at yelling at people when I don't exactly yell at them. It's 9-2. What? The A's are losing 9-2 in the third inning. What is up with our starting pitching staff? Fist fights. I won't be taking any chances on anywhere sketchy, but I'll try something new for sure. I'm talking about food, not places, like Bo. Hey, why don't you try walking in a dark alley? No, I wouldn't give advice to a pregnant lady like that. I wouldn't say, now's a good time, pregnant lady, to engage in a lot of risk taking. Do some hang gliding, do some volcano diving, do some. No, I wouldn't make those suggestions right now. I'd say wait until the baby is on the outside of your body. Oh. That's a spicy meatball. You want to start parachute diving in 9 months? Yeah, people often underestimate the newborn. On my second day of life, I jumped over the Grand Canyon on a horse, which represented by far the longest jump of that horse's life. It performed vastly better for me than for any other rider before or since. Why? Because I gave it an encouraging pep talk. Do I support Israel? I mean, I can't think of any specific ways in which I have supported Israel. I'm pleased, proud. I'm proud as punch to say I have never once supported either Palestine or Israel in any concrete way. Yeah, it was very, very effective pep talk. That horse, he didn't really believe in himself prior to that day. The rest of his life thereafter, he slayed all the mare bitches. Oh, no. I'm not in favor of forced sterilization. There is always, almost always, a better way to achieve your desired outcomes than to force people to do stuff they don't want to do. Do I think we'd all be better off if there were fewer people in the world? Well, the ones left, yeah, but I'm not in favor of any specific action taking to make that happen. I do not believe that public policy I think public policy has I think it's up to that task. I mean, I get that China did it, but not forced sterilization, but like the one child policy, you know. There is no pride in not defending the suppressed. Do you mean oppressed? The Palestinians got fucked over for sure. And it's true that Israel has an obligation to basically excise any remnant of that kind of apartheid state policy of theirs. But I'm not sure I'd exactly call them oppressed. If you're talking about people who are suppressed, like usually it's specific language that's suppressed or knowledge, you know. What does giving birth have to do with the topic? Oh yeah, like Putty Cat is talking about whether public policy ought to encourage sterilization in one way or another. That obviously, once you're pregnant, that issue is moot for you. No sterilization program also qualifies as a program about what to do once people are pregnant. You know. Well, most importantly, regarding the oppression, suppression, Israel Palestine thing, there are no positive moral indications like obligations like that, right? I can't have any obligation to care about the Palestinians just because they're going through the suck, right? If I had an obligation to care about them, then I'd also have an obligation to care about North Koreans and every other oppressed peoples in the world. Plus everybody who's poor, plus everybody, all instances of animal cruelty, plus everything. And then I'd be an absolutely horrible human being because I'd be either not taking care of myself and my own needs and interests, thereby burdening others to do so because I'm so worried about other people, or I'd be being incredibly hypocritical and spending all my time telling other people how they need to care about me, when I'm the only thing I care about is telling you what to care about. Who wants to sterilize people? Oh, Bill Gates sterilized a bunch of African women against their will. That's pretty super villainy of him. I mean, I don't think he did it personally, did he? Did he get his medical degree in sterilization? By the way, I do not afford. By the way, I do not agree with forced sterilization or abortion. That does not mean I think it should be a specific public policy. I think you needed to say, and also, I don't necessarily think it should be any specific policy about it. Because the way you wrote that, it sounds like, well, regardless. So, yeah, Bill Gates is cartoonishly villainous. The only equivalent that's less villainous than him, that's even more villainous than him, is Apple. Apple's even worse. The thing is, I'm only even talking about, in this moment, Bill Gates' cartoonish villainousness with computer stuff. Like, stop trying to make me connect with OneDrive. I don't want it. Go away, Microsoft. I mean, I don't know if I'd advocate in favor of this, but anybody who genuinely cares about population control and wants to see public policy assist in that matter should be advocating in favor of compensated voluntary sterilization. Oh. Yeah, we gave all of you guys AIDS. What more do you want? The thing is, abortion usually isn't advocated as a means of population control. Like, women could advocate in favor of abortion not as a rights issue, but as a utilitarian issue for population control. But you basically never hear anybody argue it that way. Before you criticize a man, walk a mile in his shoes. That way, when you do criticize him, you'll be a mile away and have his shoes. I think you should make that same joke, but instead of saying, you'll be a mile away and have his shoes, say, you'll be a mile away and he won't have his shoes. Or he'll be barefoot. Pop want a back shot to girl. Back shot? I mean, you want to see what my back looks like? This is what my back looks like. It's like just if you were to go straight through this part here, on the other side would be my ribs, the front ribs. That's the back. If I told that woman her kid would be Michael Jordan, but she doesn't believe in killing it, now, if you told her kid was going to be Michael Jackson, she might be more amenable to the idea. I got a new pair of shoes. I do? These shoes? These aren't new. I don't want to get Nikes. All you have to do is tax the billionaires more. Yeah. Well, guys, we've collected all of our tax revenue. We've got huge, massive piles of money to spend. Oops, did we do that? We spent all that money and we still how about we still have more money from those people? Well, by and large, nothing good ever happens when you take money away from the people to whom it belongs and give it to some centralized group purporting to act in all of our interests. Almost never does that turn out well. I cannot eat a hot dog proper because I do not have any hot dogs. If somehow our problems could be solved by the government accumulating more tax revenue, then we would definitely have no problems left. Because it's done nothing but accumulate increasingly more and more every year, more or less, tax revenue for the last 120 years or something. Good for you, Lipo. That's wonderful. That's so perfect. What's wrong? Can you do a backflip? I cannot do a backflip and don't want to try. Play I Know You, I Know You. By whom? Human nature is not greed, right? In fact, the reason we have so much trouble is that human nature is so much more nuanced than that. Human nature is to care a lot about certain people in your life. And even that doesn't necessarily protect people from economic challenges and uncertainty. If I play with you and you play with your daughter, will you going to play with me or your daughter? Huh? Erica has a backflip today? Just roll back to Reagan era taxes and most of the funding problems are solved. Um, I mean, we don't have funding problems, Dr. Who, what were. There's no such thing as funding problems. You know, occasionally the government will shut down and the national parks and shit will not have money to operate for a brief period of time. That is not a lack of funding that is responsible for that. It, for over a century now, people have pointed to problems and said, um, we can solve this if y'all give us a little more money. It's called the slow boil, right? Now, eventually, it got so insane that some of those top tax brackets, the percentages got pared back down a bit. But in part, that's because, of course, when the tax code disincentivizes high paying salaried and wage work while concurrently, accordingly, incentivizing uh, doing work as a corporation and or making deals with employers that perhaps provide untaxed in-kind benefits or something like that. You know, it's like with a progressive tax code and over 10,000, probably at this point close to 20,000 pages of tax code, federal tax code. Uh, what you do is create increasingly unsurmountable advantage that the rich have over everybody else in terms of not paying taxes, because the only fair taxes are taxes that are the same for everybody. After all, each person, like each state, right, is an equal state, so they each get 2 senators. Each person is an equal person, so the taxes upon them should be the same, equal protection under the law. Um, and if you think about the drain on the economy in general, you're looking at operating expenses for the IRS and the other bureaucratic stuff that goes along with tax collection. You're looking at operational expenses for corporations and small businesses who have to comply with these tax code mandates of data keeping and stuff, you know. Um, and you're looking at a yearly expense that every American pretty much who makes any decent money at all has in filing their taxes, because the tax code's so complicated that there's an entire industry of tax professionals to help every average American file their federal taxes. It's insane. Wow, Putty Cat, he's saying, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, don't pay your taxes. That is not an affirmation or negation. It's an advocacy. So it's a little different. He can't really be right or wrong about that because it's not a position, it's advice. Can you go to Big Kahuna? I don't know what Big Kahuna is. Tax lawyers, tax accountants, IRS, all useless. Right. Well, they're not all useless in the status quo, but they're all They're all dead weight economically, right? And I have seen Stranger Things, yes. I have watched all of the episodes of it. Apparently, the new season of Cobra Kai is coming out soon. I saw a post on their YouTube channel. Okay, fair. Fair putty cat. I could have understood useless in the colloquial sense and not insisted that because the laws are the way they are, those tax professionals are actually useful to people in the status quo. I should have just gleaned what you meant, okay? So, Doctor Who, the thing to remember about income tax brackets and rates is that they don't impact most rich people. They only impact people like um, professional athletes who are getting paid a very large salary. Most rich people who have money already of any sort, that's not where they're getting their money from. So it's punishing people who are employed, um, providing them worse treatment than those that employ them. The people who pay the professional athletes $100 million salary over the course of 7 years, they're not paying even the smallest fraction of taxes that the people they employ are paying. Do you think the team has to pay 30% of its profits in taxes? No, of course not. Am I taller? Am I taller than a bread box? Yes. Bo, you know what people love talking about? Taxes, almost as much as they love discussing medical conditions. All right, well, I agree taxes is a dry subject. But um, what I'd say is at least taxes is a legitimate thing to talk about as a public topic. Whereas, like, how to do an appendicitis operation is only conceivably relevant to people who either have appendicitis or are going to do an appendicitis operation. Everybody pays taxes. Right. We need to eliminate all unfairness from taxation, as we should from all forms of governance, you know? There are some principles that need to be determinate, that need to cascade down. For example, equal protection of the law. That needs to inform everything below it. In other words, any instance of legal shenanigans that doesn't conform to equal protection of the law needs to be stricken. That's why there should never even been a moment of discussion about gay marriage. Equal protection of the law, whether you want to marry a dude or a lady, needs to be the same. And the reason it has to be equal protection of the law is because the federal government has tax benefits for people if they're married. So as long as you have benefits for some people for being married, then you cannot deny marriage as a institution to anybody else because equal protection under the law. If the government had nothing to do with marriage, then it wouldn't have anything to do with marriage. And there wouldn't be a question in the first place as to whether or not gay marriage is allowed. So, Dr. Who, you will note that almost nobody makes a salary of more than $5 million a year. And that if that same wealthy person made their money, say, on investment appreciation, then they did not pay anything close to that. And even if the taxes were that high during the Reagan era, the idea that we should go back to that is completely insane. You're talking about an unquenchable thirst, because there will always be people in the country who've got their pet idea of what the government should spend money on. And there will always be politicians who want to show they're doing something to voters. There will never be enough money for the government to accomplish anything, obviously. How much money does the federal government have right now? Keeping in mind that the pyramid is already backwards. You should pay the most taxes at the local level, the least at the federal level. What is the federal tax revenue for 2022? 2023, 4.9 trillion. Okay. That was in 2022. See what 2023 says. $4.5 trillion. A little bit lower than 2022, I guess. Let's call it 5 trillion. Okay, 4.9 trillion in 2022. So you're pointing out to me problems, Dr. Who, where in the country, and you're saying the reason that we can't solve those problems is because the government needs more than $5 trillion to solve those problems. They need more than $5 trillion. Let me ask you this, Dr. Who, what federal services do you enjoy, and how much do you think they're worth? I enjoy the fact that we have a national park here, Yosemite, and a national forest, Sierra National Forest. I like that. I'm pleased that the government spends money on that. Okay? I'm glad that we have a strong military. I think we should have a strong military. I'm glad the government spends at least some of the money it spends on military. Okay? I don't feel the benefits directly, perhaps, but I understand that there are benefits nevertheless. What else is the government spending money on? Exactly. And why do they need more than $5 trillion to do it? Well, most of the roads we drive on they have zero federal funding. Some of the highways we drive on do enjoy federal funding, but often the state can only get that funding with reading various strings attached too. That sounds scary with the appendix thing, you know. I had my appendix taken out when I was in elementary school. The federal government does spend money on interstate highways, okay? It funds some of that. It does provide highway funds to some states in certain circumstances, provided they meet the terms, like the strings attached. If you woke up to bed tonight, you know when you wake up. What? I mean, the federal government does spend money within states, right? Like Yosemite National Park is within the state of California. And the federal government spends money like that. They employ people you'll note that if the federal government is the largest employer in your state, then we have gotten wildly off track of our correct understanding of what the federal government is. It's supposed to be the government of the state governments. It's not supposed to be that deeply invested in everything, It's ridiculous. Hit the bomb, my guy. Fair enough, Michael Patrick Bernier. Oh, I know what I need to do. I've needed to do this for a long time now. I need to get more weed out of the freezer. I'll be right back. You get full medical, yeah? Like you get your medical stuff paid for? Oh yeah, that's the thing. It's like I was saying earlier, anybody who wants to advocate in favor of some government spending thing needs to provide a funding plank. That funding plank should not be new taxes, okay? So it should be cutting spending somewhere else equal to what you're going to make new spending, so that at least it's not making things financially worse. Instead, people advocate what they want to have happen without any attention at all as to how to pay for it. I have to get 2 million subscribers. What happens if I don't get 2 million subscribers? I would like to get 2 million subscribers. I think we should cut some from the military budget for sure. I'm not in favor of a bare bones military, and I get that that's inconsistent with the message of our founding fathers that we shouldn't have a standing army, etc. But I am also pragmatic about the modern world, so. But I agree that we overspend on the military. But it's hard to think of a single area where the federal government doesn't spend too much or unnecessarily or inappropriately. In some things, it's not their jurisdiction, so they shouldn't be spending it all. That's inappropriately. From yesterday, you was talking to me, and I tell you how you know my name, and because you said I can see it. Oh yeah, I remember you. Or I remember that exchange. I mean, I don't think there's any such thing as a defensive or offensive army, really, in contemporary warfare. Building a wall isn't going to help keep out the infidels. I mean, Trump did screw up with the COVID stimulus. It is generally the case, though, that if the government is going to do any kind of redistributive shit, that it should cut people checks directly for cash money, without any terms or stipulations. It is the case, however, that only works when it empowers people to do more, consume more. Yeah. During the COVID thing, I don't blame him for making that mistake. Okay, it was a mistake, but he should not get any blame for that. Yes, it magnified the inflationary pressures, but the problem was telling all the people regular people, middle class, poor people, everybody in between, that they had to stop doing anything useful and supporting themselves. That was the problem. Who's y'all? You don't think I'm on some party side, do you? No, I'm a correctist. My position is the correct position on everything. I am not either left, right, Republican, Democrat, Libertarian, none of things except a correctist. I'm not. I'm a Democrat, Jacob 540? No. I've had people call me conservative before. I object to that labeling as well, but people have to be paying zero attention to think that I'm some sort of uh, Democrats, specifically Democrats, as opposed to like liberals, right? Democrats love tax and spend policies. I obviously am not fond of that. They believe that the government should be solving every problem that they can point out in the world with some kind of either mandate, prohibition, or program. Oh, I'm misconstruing your messages for people in the chat. Gotcha. All right. Fair enough, Jacob 540. You can always say, Dear Meow Meow Meow, their name, and that would avoid that confusion. I think people should start their chats like they start letters, snail mail letters. I've noticed that any argument regarding Trump has the same plays the same as religious intervention arguments. If a baby falls out a window and dies, God works in mysterious ways. If it fell into a bush and lives, God is great. There's no losing position that way. In short, people seem to deify him, so arguing is pointless. Slaves are a putty cat. That's the definition of slavery. People who are forced to work and give their earnings that they should get to somebody else. He's a CPA, like Bo. That stands for uh, Coordinated Pineapple Antagonizer. He antagonizes uh, bully boys to prevent pineapple workers from unionizing. He's a candy passing adult. Actually, my analogy from yesterday applies. Arguing with them is like playing chess with a pigeon. No matter what move I make, they will not go over all the pieces. The thing is, what I think is the case with Trump people is that as long as they believe you're basically on their side, then like they're willing to entertain topics like it would have been better if Trump had done this instead of that. But they have to feel like you're safely on their side in general before they're willing to entertain those things. Anti-Trump people, I think, are maybe even less willing to entertain the possibility that Trump's not all bad. Putty cat, people under the age of 18 are still human beings, okay? And as a society, we force all of them to work on pointless bullshit for years and years. So don't tell me there aren't any slaves. actually Chinese potato allotment. Booty Cat is the one who distributes Chinese potatoes to the people who have been allotted Chinese potatoes. Because as part of our communitarian experiment, we've decided to have central distribution centers give everybody the amount of stuff that they need, not have them get what they think they want. Chill people amazeballs. I think he's actually Captain Private Admiral. My name's Puttycat, CPA. That's right, I'm Captain Private Admiral. I'm a captain in the Marines, a private in the Army, and an admiral in the Navy. It's certified poontang acquirer, huh? Well, Jacob 540, I stand corrected. You are right. It is the case that even anti-Trump people see that that case was just pure political spite and are and don't feel like that it was cool, you know. Falsifying financial documents. I mean, come the fuck on. Make a federal case about it. You know that expression, don't make a federal case about it. They did make a federal case about it? Really? Come on now. All right. Well, I suppose you couldn't get laid in a women's prison with a pocket full of pardons. That's a pretty cool insult. I like it. I'm not voting this year because voting really can add to the carbon footprint. And I try to live in harmony with nature. You could walk to the polling place. I don't really like to walk. Walking is bad for bugs and stuff. What we need to do is get both Biden and Trump together and get them both to agree that whichever one of them is elected, they will appoint me vice president and then resign. It used to be that we didn't vote for vice president separate, that we voted for vice president separately. It wasn't part of the ticket, you know. But since it is part of the ticket now, then why couldn't the winning presidential candidate just appoint me vice president and then resign from the presidency, making me president accordingly? It'd be kind of a loophole-y way to become president. But here's my imitation of the Biden-Trump debate. Biden's like, I was on the phone with Margaret Thatcher and we were, Julie? And then Trump says, there are hundreds of millions of people here right now voting for me, and I'm a super genius. And Biden's like, I remember back in '04, the horseless carriage hadn't been in Julie. That's what the debate's going to be like. You think the vice president should always be the person with the second most votes? I mean, I don't like the idea of coalition governments, frankly. If you're going to have a government that's a coalition of you, and your opponent is like, okay, I know only one of you can win, but let's make it so both can win. I don't like that idea. They're both so old I can't handle it. Well, don't be so ageist. I'm not so concerned about their oldness as I am about their overall incompetency. Their oldness may be a part of that incompetency, but even if you had both of those two enter into a self optimization time machine that takes them back to their optimal moment in their lives to be president, they would still, both of them, even if you took all the good qualities from both of them and subtracted an equal amount of bad qualities from both of them, combined, they still would not comprise an adequate candidate. Back in the day, me and my brother, this is what Biden says. Back in the day, me and my brother would ride mules through the mountains of Mexico. Yeah, my dad was perfectly mentally fit until the last day of his life. 85, you know. Not all old people suffer cognitive degeneration. Sean, I think you do a pretty good imitation of Biden. The founding floss, the proclamation, and the Declaration of Impedance. The people, all men are secreted equally. Excuse me, secreted. I mean, pardon me. See, Pirates of the Caribbean. I've got something really important to say. Well, never mind. My grandfather rode camels through the Sahara Desert for fun. That doesn't sound fun. I'm sorry. I think your grandfather had bad taste in fun. Jacob 540. I'm sad at school. We are sorry that you are sad at school, Prosper. So sorry, in fact, that we're sad that you're sorry about being sad and sorry at school. That's how Canadians say sorry. Sorry. He was married to 4 women. So he had 4 wives at the same time? Is that what you're saying? Or, like, I've had 3, I'm on wife number 3. But I got rid of the first 2. I didn't keep those. I don't have 3 total wives. Why are you at school on a Saturday in midsummer? I think what Prosper may mean is that they're sad at school, like it's sad how not good they are at it. Or maybe they mean I'm sad about school because it's summer and I have to go to summer school starting on Monday. Maybe they mean that. 4 wives at the same time. What? What? Like, why? Why would anybody want to have more than one wife? 1 test left. Oh, you got 1 test left, huh? Which kind of test is it? Is it a test on plurals and singulars? Oh, Eric, you're hilarious with your hilarious joke. It's the ASVAB. Speaking of more than one wife, Romney beat Obama, and I stand by that to this day. Do you also think that Biden didn't really win the election over Trump? Why is it that your guy is never the one that steals the election? It's always the other guy. Yeah, that's how it was in the 50s in Qatar. If you had fewer than 4 wives, everybody declared you a homosexual and stoned you to death. I mean, Gore's got a much better case for that. I stole the election, but I felt bad and gave it back. That was nice of you. Okay, y'all, this is JJ, but this is a new account under the name Brian Finkenbeiner. I mean, because the reason Gore has a better case than like Trump or Mitt Romney is because it came down to a Supreme Court decision on a specific set of ballots, and it was pretty obviously the wrong Supreme Court decision. So you can meaningfully argue that in fact Gore should have won that election, but should not have won that election. You don't have to find stuff that suggests some fishiness in the actual election procedure to justify that conclusion. Well, Sean L., I don't think that I mean, yeah, sort of. Sort of, but not always. Because you could argue that Gore election, that there was nothing to suggest procedural improprieties, like that the election was stolen, right? You could say that in that instance, everything was done by the book. It's just that the Supreme Court basically chose Bush. Since the election ended up in the hands of the Supreme Court, they were the ones who got to choose it, and that's what they chose. So, in no way, shape, or form did Bush steal that election from Gore. Whereas, well, at least that Mia stole the election from Mia because of these specific fishinesses in the election numbers, suggesting some tampering with the voting machines. And the fact that we have these electronic voting machines makes them, uncertain legitimacy. Like, because the mechanisms are different, it doesn't necessarily indicate that you're being biased. But I don't know. Maybe I'm nitpicking. Because who wants a bunch of nits all over them? Yeah, right, yeah. Yeah, I feel you. I feel you. The thing that makes me feel that's especially a strong argument with the Trump Biden thing is that Trump beat who did he beat in the first? Oh, beat Hillary Clinton in the first election, right? And then lost to Biden in the second election, and is now going to probably beat Biden in the third election. So it's insane to imagine the Democrats can steal this election, but only choose to do so on this one occasion. No, I mean, the thing is, Jacob 540, what everybody needs to remember about Trump is yes, um, Biden didn't really have any passionate fans, still doesn't. But because Trump is so divisive, those of you who are super passionate in favor of him, there are just as many people who are passionately opposed to him, who hate him, and would vote for anybody but Trump. So he's empowering a segment of the voting populace to oppose him that otherwise might not vote at all. And it is the case that Biden didn't win that election over Trump so much as Trump lost that election to anybody but Trump. And that is what happened. I've looked at it in some detail after hearing a bunch of people trying to argue that the election was stolen around that time. I looked into it. People are whipping up phantasms out of nothing. It's garbage. There aren't even any like suspicious patterns, especially as people have claimed there are. When I actually look at it, I'm like, that's not suspicious. That's perfectly understandable. Yeah, I do think that this election, a lot of the voters who voted for Biden last time will vote for Trump this time. But when you say that, you're joking, right? They accused Trump of witch hunting and Russia collusion. I mean, people accuse Trump of all kinds of things. What does it have to do with whether the election was stolen? No, Hillary. I like the Electoral College. I am not opposed to the Electoral College. I like the idea that um, that really it's the states that elect the president, not the people. Because the federal government is supposed to be the government of the states, not of the people. I agree with you, Jay Ma, and I think most Americans do too. And I'm pretty convinced that Trump will win the election. But it didn't surprise me at all that Trump lost the last election because Trump's not a consensus builder, right? He's not a unity builder at all. He's a lightning rod. He's divisive. You could argue that divisive and lightning rod is what's necessary, good or bad or whatever. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying he is undeniably a divisive voice. And accordingly, after having 4 years in the office, being divisive, his loyalists were already passionate about him in full, but the people opposing him were obviously much more impassioned after 4 years of him in office because he does such a terrible job of behaving like the leader of everybody. It's like, let's say you were playing on a football team. You played linebacker on the defense. And a new coach comes in. And he's all about the offense. And he spends very little time talking to the defense, coaching him at all. And every time something bad happens, he blames it on the defense. So at halftime, the team's down 7-0. Now, defense, God damn it, you gave up that touchdown. And now that's why we're losing. And if you could just get a couple of turnovers, then our offense would be winning this game. And he never said that shit to the offense, right? Is that a good coach for your team? He makes it clear that he has zero respect for any of the defensive players. and he only likes the offense, and that whenever shit happens, it's because the defense fucked up again. And when the offense does fuck up, it's just the media lying about the offense. You want to believe that lamestream media saying that our center missed the block there? Well, I mean, who's really to blame for that? I believe, if I'm not mistaken, one of my defensive coaches, I saw him distracting that center before the snap. So once again, it's the defense's fault. Putty Cat puts it well. The world right now is a bit on fire, and Biden's weak. I don't like Trump's. I think, Trump might be a good fireman, but I don't want him as the fire captain. Nevertheless, at least he knows how to point a hose. So, like, with that analogy with Trump, right, who's always favoring the offense, never the defense, who thinks that anybody who doesn't celebrate his ascension to head coach status is basically a treasonous traitor or whatever. The alternative is you get the school goes, oh, we need a new football coach. Which one of the teachers doesn't have any extra after school responsibilities? Well, there's old Barry Hankins. I get him to be the football coach. Oh, hello, I'm Barry Hinkins. I teach history. Now, from what I understand, you boys wish to play some football this year. You don't want that coach for sure, right? He doesn't even know how to coach football. You don't want either of those coaches. You're gonna, but I do think that at the end of the season, Trump's gonna have a much better record than Biden as the head coach, right? After a year of under Biden's coaching leadership, the team will be 1-11, and the one game that they won, it was because of a forfeit because the other team's bus broke down on the way to the game. And all the team members will go, well, yeah, it is true that he wasn't so obviously just the offense can do no wrong and the defense can do no right, but he would say things like, it's wrong of you defense to get in the way of those guys running around. So we didn't really take much of what he said seriously. It's so frustrating. It's like I wish there was somebody else who's actually, besides myself, that I trusted to be president, that could just say like, let's elect that guy or lady. I can't even think of anybody. Even if I'm not focusing on people who have any possible real chance of running for office, if I'm just focusing on anybody I can think of in the world, I'm not even making them be qualified to be American president. I cannot think of a single person. The first person who comes to mind is Novak Djokovic. He seems like he's got a level head on his shoulders. Of course, he's not American, but But you know what? I think Pete Carroll would be a good president. The Seahawks idiotically basically fired him. He's 71, but he's got plenty of youth left in him. I think he should become president. I like Pete Carroll. All bias and BS aside, what would you say Biden's biggest accomplishment is? I don't think he's accomplished much of anything. He also hasn't faced the kind of challenges that Trump faced with COVID, you know. Oh no, Velvet Ant. Sorry, Velvet Ant, you have to die. You know why? Because you may be named Velvet Ant, but you're really in a larval state of wasp. Huh. I don't think this even was a Velvet Ant. I think it was a beetle of some kind. But whatever, I smashed it anyway. I can't think of anything in particular that the Biden administration has done that I value at all. I can think of some things Trump did that I value. But I also can think of things that Trump did that I very much don't value, that I think are bad. On the other hand, I can only think really of things that Biden didn't do that he should have, not things that he did do that he shouldn't, because he didn't really accomplish much of anything. Like, Trump should not have assassinated that Iranian general. I mean, I didn't prove your point. I made my own point, right? It is consistent with what you wanted me to say, but it is not, does not serve to prove whatever your point was. Do I think that Trump is a preferable president over Biden? Yes, I do, in the status quo for this upcoming election. I do think that. Did I think in the last election that Biden was a preferable alternative to Trump? Yes, I did. I didn't vote then, and I'm not going to vote now. And I voted for, the last time I voted was the first Obama term. I voted for him and regretted it. Regretted it because it's like I'd definitely rather not vote than regret my vote. I don't want to be disappointed. I mean, of course, there's no possible way I could be disappointed if I voted in this election. I know going in that I should experience this as nothing more than putting a spoonful of feces in my mouth. But, you know, Obama, he fooled me a little bit. I thought he was actually going to go in there and close down Guantanamo Bay and roll back the Patriot Act and fight for civil liberties and shit. And he's just another fucking neocon shadow government fucklord. Except he's super weak too. Ugh, what a pukey guy he turned out to be. Well, I don't really care about him being a womanizer. What I don't like is his disrespect for language and legitimacy and the habits and institutions of democracy. I don't like that. I don't like his failure to represent all the citizens of the country, even though that's his job as president. Yeah, Putty Cat, nobody's disputing that Obama was fucking horrible. I have never encountered anybody who, after Obama's 2 terms, was like, see, wasn't that fantastic? Nobody, not a single person on the planet have I talked to them about the subject after his terms and have them go, oh, wasn't that amazing? I wish he could just stay president forever. I've never encountered anybody who experienced the Obama presidency as tasty. He did a great job before his first term in office of basically either being horribly wrong about what he was going to do or just lying to everybody about what his presidency was going to be like. But I would a million times over rather have Biden than Obama, even today, because at least Biden's not going to pass the Affordable Care Act. Obama had sufficient political capital somehow. I don't know how this even happened, because it seems like for almost his entire presidency, the Republicans were just saying, I don't care what you say or do. It doesn't matter if it's exactly what we want you to say and do. We will change what we want before we will acknowledge anything at all about you. We don't even acknowledge that you're born in this country. So I'm not sure how Obama managed to get the Affordable Care Act passed, but somehow he did. That's the worst kind of president. The one who's good at doing things and wants to do specific things. That's not the job of the president, right? They're not the legislature. They're not supposed to, I mean, they're not supposed to or not supposed to, but there's no reason for them to have a legislative agenda, and there's no reason for the voting public to think that the president should have a legislative agenda. I mean, don't even get me started on John Roberts and his extroverted thinking. That's your classic TE Dom maneuver. Oh, look, I found a way to make this, to keep this, to not strike this down. So we can compromise. We just have to pretend this penalty is a tax. There. All done. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah, the last thing anybody needs is any president doing any further healthcare reform, with the possible exception of repealing existing healthcare legislation. The point is, when you've got great health insurance, you've got terrible health care. Just remember that. No government should not regulate healthcare prices. They should preclude middlemen. If the government were to make health insurance illegal, all of a sudden, medical services would have to play by the same rules as normal things and not price themselves out of the marketplace. I mean, what I'm advocating for specifically is that the government not attempt any healthcare reform unless such healthcare reform comprises only repealing some existing piece of healthcare legislation. I'm not advocating that specific pieces of healthcare legislation be repealed. I'm saying I don't trust them to not make it even worse. Remember that the goal is to, let's say you have a health problem. your goal is to have that health problem fixed as quickly and cheaply as possible. Unfortunately, what many people in the country seem to believe is that the goal of each person ought to be to access as much health care as possible, when the actual goal should be to never have to go to the doctor. Right? So we've got people so backwards in their thinking about things that the Affordable Care Act mandates people have health insurance that covers preventative medicine. Think about this, okay? I'm going to get insurance for my health, which means for my medical expenses, okay? I'm going to get insurance that covers medical expenses. Medical expenses means if I'm sick or have a medical problem, then I need to see a medical professional to fix it, heal me, whatever. Then I don't pay for that out of pocket. The insurance company pays for it because I pay a monthly premium, and ultimately I pay more to the insurance company than they pay to the doctor, but not that much more. And if I have a big problem, I don't have to worry about paying a whole bunch right now. So then we have this purported solution to free riders called the individual mandate that says one of the problems with healthcare, in fact, one of the main things driving up costs are free riders. These are people who don't have any health insurance, but then have a serious medical problem, go into the hospital and get treatment and can't pay for it. Okay, so free riders, huh? And you're going to solve this by making everybody get health insurance. That way, nobody can do this. Of course, the problem is the people who don't have health insurance, almost all of them don't have health insurance because they cannot afford it. So if you're going to mandate that they purchase health insurance, what kind of insurance can you mandate that they purchase? It has to be like cars, right? Where you're going to mandate that they purchase coverage for a certain amount of liability. So in case you incur some sudden serious injury and show up at the hospital, your insurance will pay for at least some of that. How do we manage this in a way that makes any kind of sense? We mandate catastrophic care coverage, which says you pay very low premium and you have a high deductible. But after the first $5,000 of expenses, your insurance will cover it. So if you get into a crash and break your back or whatever, and it's more expensive than that, it doesn't bankrupt you. Instead of mandating the only kind of insurance that one could reasonably expect people to be mandated to purchase, namely the cheapest kind of insurance that actually only helps protect the public from that person's financial liability, or insurance that gives you preventative care coverage. So now you're paying more per month for health insurance you can't afford, providing you services to prevent you from having problems that you will then have paid for by the health insurance. It doesn't make any sense at all, right? It's a fundamentally back-asswards way of looking at medicine. You are fine. You are healthy. There's nothing wrong with you. Unless there is, in which case go to the doctor and have them fix it. Expect it to be fixed by the doctor. When can you have that expectation? When you pay the doctor. When the client paid me to coach their kid, they needed to know that I was going to do my job successfully, or else they weren't going to pay me. So true, maybe I couldn't fix their kid in one tournament. First tournament the kid competes in, maybe he comes in, towards the bottom. But that kid damn well better do a lot better than that in the second tournament, or else I'm proving that I'm not doing my job. I'm not doing it fast enough, I'm not doing it well enough. And that kid better be in contention to win the tournament within a year or so, or I'm not doing my job. I failed to do the work that they're paying me to do. And I have to look at those parents in the eyes because they're paying me out of their pocket. So I'm accountable to them. If I go to a doctor and I pay him out of my pocket, then he's accountable to me. Hey, motherfucker, you did not do the job I paid you for. You will do it now. And that's how everybody's relationships should be when you're hiring people. No good ever comes from removing free market forces and accountability from the engagement of people in consensual economic exchanges. It's insane. And how people can be oblivious to this obvious truth is beyond me. And in summation, health insurance, schmealth insurance. The end. Okay, I'm gonna wrap up this.
Is Cameron here?
No, but he should be here in about half an hour or so. So we may stream again. Once Cameron gets here later on, after dinner or something, I'm not sure. But for the moment, I'm going to wrap it up, take a break, and calm down, gunpowder. All right. I'm not being agitated. I'm being authoritative in my tone. I'm authoritative in my disdain for wrongness. And that's what a good leader should be before anything else. A good leader must be authoritative in his disdain for wrongness. I don't know if I'm a good leader, but at least I'll meet that one criterion. I mean, you want to talk about somewhere where you can cut. We do not need so many fucking firemen. They stand around polishing their fire pole all day. Anyway, I'll catch you all on the flip-flop. Don't forget to rock and roll.